Um, Can you get him to adjust the lights? The lights for this? I don't want to say it on here. It's live. Okay, if everyone can please take their seats, we'll start. On the table? The table? The lights? I don't know what the hell. Can I get someone to adjust the lights so we're able to see the screen when we start, please? Thank you. It's killer tall. Okay, good morning, everyone. I just want to welcome you to the Community Education Workshop on Addictions. We're going to begin with an opening prayer, and I'd like to invite Elder Sarah Machikokanay up to open us with a prayer in a good way.
Good morning. I will pray you. I'll speak English because usually I pray in Cree. My name is Sarah. My Indian name is Basuisko. I thank the Creator this morning and to bless every one of us that are here to open our minds and to listen to what the message that we have from the speakers today. And I thank God for giving us today. We are so blessed in our community. We will also pray for people that are still suffering and hurting because of the addiction that we have in our community. I know God will bless every one of us that were here. Agasemento tayo na kinanas kamit na sa kisepak. Minana ni mahasime sa kiwewin dagis kakwak. Minana ma tan sarot tama kewan kawit tama huisyak nos kagisikak. Tawi tiako go skatsak minani kakinayak kakit temay ko chik ne kewan mat masiki minaminigas pinewin kayatsik upmatsuinwak. Hego mai se pepa ko senemuak tawichi akanos kagisikak. And I want to close it with this prayer too, because it's this is what helps everybody that have an addiction, or not even with an addiction, because of all the years that I work for Community Wellness NADA for 40 years, and I always still use this prayer, because our healing, we're never going to stop healing. But if we use this prayer, it'll help you every day. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. Negocie.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, for that beautiful prayer. Next, I want to invite Calvin McKay up, and he's going to do an honor drum song.
Nas cometer o tawera sagite o tawera Las comete que se montó, que sagite, que se montó. Las cometer remosoma que sagite remosoma. Las cometer ne kokoma que sagite ne kokoma.
Okay, thank you, Calvin, for that beautiful song. Next, going to go on to the opening remarks, and I'd like to invite Councillor Eddie Albert up. And Councillor Tim Foster was going to join us too, but he sends his regrets.
Agus nas comunista abe vitaga poista togok for this workshop. I am honored to be here to support the Community Mobile Support Team, Health Services, for putting on this event, and I am very happy that we are moving forward to help our people. And I'm very proud of each one of you, those of you that have worked on yourselves to become better citizens of our community, and those that have supported our people in distress. And it's good to see you have a good life to move forward, because it's important to show that example to your children, your grandchildren, how your life is moving forward. I know that for myself, my dad used to be an alcoholic. He passed at a young age, 53, I believe, with alcohol. He had a stroke through alcohol poisoning. And I seen the suffering of my mother and my siblings going through those type of, I was seeing the anger come out when you're under the influence. You see the hurt from my mom and my siblings. But I think it's important. But anyway, my mom was alcohol-free, smoke-free, and I decided, you know what, who am I going to follow? Who's going to be a role model? And I said to myself, well, you know what, I seen a lot of hurt in my mom, but I was proud of my dad, what he provided for us, and he worked for our family. And don't get me wrong, that he was a good man. He provided the family, but I think it's important that we have our own role model to look up to. And my mom was my role model, and I decided there to kind of stop, where my dad used to abuse that alcohol. And I think it's important we find that role model within ourselves to make sure that we become good people and good parents, good grandparents, and good citizens of our community. And I hope to see you set that example to your children and grandchildren. Egusanin and Askumani Sote supporting your efforts here, and I thank Jem and Tina for doing that in the class. Egusani.
Okay, our next speaker is going to be Jem Robinson. She's a UCN instructor and of our students that are going to be presenting today.
She means her co-instructor. She's an instructor too. Good morning, everybody. I want to kinanaskomed now that those of you who are here today to listen to these very important presentations. As Councillor Eddie alluded to, our community suffers a great deal from a lot of these things that we're going to be speaking about today. And the class that we're teaching is called the Northern and Indigenous Counseling Skills Program here at the University College of the North. And we have 16 students currently enrolled in this in the course, in the program. Our course that this presentation coincides with is called Addictions in Indigenous Communities. And so we decided how to best at the same time teach our students the importance of addictions in the communities, but at the same time, for them to be prepared to be able to, face and work with the community so that they could be the next people to come into our community to help. In essence, the students are, studying to become the next counselors in our community. And, we're both so very proud of the work that they've done this far. And we're so proud of the ones that are here today and that are going to be doing these presentations. We know it's not easy on them. It's nerve-wracking, they're nervous, but we wholeheartedly believe that they're going to do great. So I want to thank you once again for coming. I want to thank our students for doing this today, and know that we're proud of you, and I'm looking forward to hearing the information that they're going to be bringing to you all today. So we'll start. Okay, and we're going to get my co-instructor, Tina, to say a couple words.
Okay, thanks again for being here. I just want to mention some little bit of information. The presentations are on addictions, and for whatever reason, if you feel triggered or you feel emotional about anything in the presentations, we have support workers. We're all wearing these things. So if you can see there's Ada, Cynthia, Angel, Sarah, Calvin, Jem, and myself, and Jane over there, she's walking. We're all here to support you and come together as a community. Also, there's tea and coffee. You can help yourself if you need, and some juice and some snacks available as well. And the washrooms I think they're on the other side of the building. So I also want to acknowledge our sponsors to help make this community workshop happen. They're the Community Wellness Program from the Health Division, and Whiskey Jack Treatment Center, Family Enhancement Program, Minnesota Agency, and Employment and Training Services. That's who funds the Indigenous and Northern Counseling Skills Program. So with that, our students, the first group to come up and start their presentation. Their presentation is on gambling and alcohol. It's going to be delivered by April Ross, Ashley Balfour, Ocean Muswagan, and Andrea Castell. So if you ladies come up, the floor is yours. Thank you. Let's give them a warm welcome. The mic is over there.
Hi. Kidding. Hello, everyone. Before we start, let us introduce ourselves. We are students in the UCN Indigenous Northern Counseling Skills Program. My name is Andrea Castell. This is April Ross, Ashley Balfour, and Ocean Muswagan. Today we will be talking about gambling and alcohol addiction. In this presentation, we will go through what gambling addiction is from a holistic and indigenous counseling perspective. What is gambling addiction? Gambling addiction, also known as gambling disorder or problem gambling, is an uncontrollable urge to continue gambling despite the harms and negative effects it has on your life. It is a behavioral addiction affecting the brain's reward system. Gambling addiction affects the whole person mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. Oh. Hello? Oh. Mentally, it can take over your thoughts, making it hard to focus and increasing anxiety or depression. Emotionally, it often leads to guilt, shame, mood swings, and strained relationships. Physically, stress can cause sleep problems, fatigue, and other health issues. Spiritually, it can create a loss of balance, disconnection, a person from their identity, community, and sense of purpose. Overall, it disrupts well-being in all areas, showing the need for holistic healing and support. Sorry, wait, I'm shaking. I'm shaking. Gambling addiction from an indigenous perspective is seen as an imbalance and disconnection, a disconnection from identity, culture, community, and spirit. Healing focuses on restoring that balance. When we say gambling is a disconnection, we mean that a person may be feeling disconnected from identity, not feeling grounded in who they are or where they come from. Culture, being separated from traditions, teachings, or language. Community, feeling isolated or unsupported. Spirit, losing a sense of purpose, meaning, or connection to something greater. For many Indigenous people, the disconnection can be linked to larger impacts of intergenerational trauma, colonization, and loss of culture, which can increase the vulnerability to addictions like gambling or other addictions. So the focus is not just what's wrong with the person, but what has happened to the person and how to support them in finding that balance again.
Types of gambling. As you can see, there are many different types of gambling activities. Things like VLT slot machines and casinos are fast-paced and can be very addictive. Table games such as poker, roulette, and blackjack are games that involve a mix of skill and luck, which can make people feel like they have more control over the outcome. Others like lotteries, bingos, such as TV bingo or radio bingo. Radio bingo or online bingo and raffles are often seen as fun or community-based. Online gambling and sports betting are especially risky because they're easy to access anytime. The main point is that any type of gambling can become harmful depending on how often someone plays and how it affects their life. While gambling looks different for everyone, the risks exist in all forms. Over time, a person may become more preoccupied, spending more time and money than intended. It can also become a silent addiction, as there are often no visible signs, and people may hide their struggles. This is why it's important to recognize the signs early and understand how quickly gambling can impact a person's overall life and well-being. Causes of gambling addiction. Gambling addiction is caused by a mix of brain chemistry and genetics. When someone gambles, their brain releases a chemical called dopamine that creates feelings of pleasure, motivation, and reward, especially during wins or near wins. This can make someone want to keep playing. Environmental factors and accessibility also play a big role. When gambling is easily available through online platforms, VLTs, or nearby venues, and normalized in communities, it can increase the risk and make it harder for people to avoid or stop. Many people don't gamble just for fun. Sometimes it becomes a way to cope with deeper struggles like stress, trauma, or mental health challenges. Stress can come from things like financial problems, work pressure, school, or family responsibilities. Gambling can feel like an escape or a quick way to feel relief. Trauma is another major factor. This can include experiences like abuse, neglect, loss of a loved one, or one's way to escape reality. Gambling can be used to numb pain or avoid difficult emotions. Mental health challenges such as anxiety, depression, loneliness, or low self-esteem can also increase the risk. Gambling may create temporary excitement or distraction, but it often makes things worse over time. The key idea is that gambling is often not the main problem. It's a way people try to cope with what they're going through. Risk factors of gambling addiction. Building off the causes, there are certain risk factors that can make someone more vulnerable to developing a gambling addiction. These include experiences like trauma and intergenerational trauma, especially within Indigenous families and communities, as well as mental health challenges or conditions like depression, anxiety, OCD, ADHD, or bipolar disorder can increase the risk of developing a gambling addiction. Many people with gambling problems also struggle with substance use. Substance use can also increase risks since addictions often overlap. Poverty and social environments, like limited opportunities or high exposure to gambling, can play a role as well. Finally, family history is important because patterns of addiction and coping can be passed down or learned over time. Overall, these factors don't guarantee addiction, but they can increase the likelihood, especially when multiple factors are present.
Dante, my name's Ocean, and these are stages of addiction for gambling addiction. I'm going to be talking about that. So gambling addiction often develops in stages, and understanding these can help us recognize, Hello? Okay, testing. It's loud. Okay. The first stage is the winning phase, where gambling feels fun and exciting. People may feel lucky or confident, and the risks don't seem serious just yet. Next is the losing phase, where losers start to build. People may try to win their money back, hide their behaviors, and begin to feel stress or financial pressure. The third stage of depression, the third stage of desperation phase. At this point, gambling takes over their life. Relationships, work, and responsibilities are affected. The emotional distress becomes much more intense. Finally, the hopeless phase is the most serious. People may feel isolated, overwhelmed, and struggle deeply with their mental health. This is when immediate support and professional help is crucial. These stages show that gambling addiction is a progression, and the early support, these stages show that gambling addiction is a progression, and early support can make a big difference. Okay, the next slide I'll be talking about levels of gambling addiction. Building on the stages, gambling can also be understood in terms of levels. Not everyone who gambles develops an addiction. Some gamble sociably, some gamble socially, while others may take risks and experiences to serious problems. Okay, in the next slide, I'll be talking. Addiction doesn't happen all at once. It develops over time. That's why it's helpful to look at the levels of gambling. People may start at no gambling, move to social or risky gambling. For For some, it progresses to it can progress to problems or compulsive gambling. Understanding these levels helps us see the crucial nature of addiction and where some might need support early before it becomes more serious. These are some of the warning signs. Gambling addiction can be difficult to recognize at first especially because gambling is common and often socially accepted. However, catching the early warning signs is crucial. Over time, occasional betting can shift into a harmful pattern of compulsive behavior that affects the emotional, financial, and personal well-being. Understanding what to watch for helps you take action sooner and improves the chances of successful recovery. Some warning signs of gambling addiction can include inability to stop gambling. Second one is increasing the amount of money for gambling to feel satisfied. There's continuing to gamble even after losing, also known as chasing. Lying to friends, family about gambling, experiencing financial, legal, or work problems as a result of gambling. Experiencing feelings of restlessness and irritability when not gambling. Constantly thinking about gambling activities according to the Diagnostic and Statistical of Mental Disorders, DSM. Experiencing 4 or more of the listed warning signs within an 11-month period may indicate gambling disorder.
Consequences of gambling. Similar to the warning signs, gambling addiction can also lead to serious consequences that affect many areas of a person's life. Financially, individuals may build up large amounts of debt, struggle to pay bills, or even lose important assets like their home or car. It can also impact relationships as secrecy, broken trust, and stress that can create conflict with family, friends, and partners. There are also mental and physical health effects. Ongoing stress can lead to anxiety, depression, sleep problems, and other health issues. In some cases, people may face legal trouble, especially if they turn to things like fraud or theft to support their gambling habit. Overall, these consequences show that gambling addiction doesn't just affect one part of life, it can impact everything. Treatment options. When it comes to treating gambling addiction, there are several effective Western approaches that can focus on behavior, thoughts, and support systems. One common approach is cognitive behavioral therapy, and CTB, which helps individuals recognize and change unhealthy thoughts and behaviors related to gambling. Another is dialectical behavioral therapy, or DTB, which focuses on building skills like emotional regulation, stress tolerance, and mindfulness. Motivational interviewing is also used to help individuals explore their own reasons for change and build motivation in a supportive, non-judgmental way. Finally, support groups like Gamblers Anonymous provide a sense of community, shared experiences, and ongoing peer support. Together, these approaches show that recovery is possible with the right tools, guidance, and support. Indigenous healing approaches. From the indigenous perspective, some healing approaches can include ceremony and smudging, such as powwow, sweat, sundance, and prayer, which help reconnect individuals to culture and spirituality. Connection with elders and knowledge keepers is also very important, as they offer guidance, teaching, and support through lived experiences. Land-based healing, like hunting, fishing, trapping, or spending time on the land, helps people reconnect with identity, purpose, and the cultural world. Sharing circles and storytelling create safe spaces to express emotions and learn from others without judgment. Traditional activities like ribbon skirt making, drum making, or working with medicines also support healing and cultural connection. A trauma-informed approach is key, recognizing that addiction is often connected to a deeper emotional pain and experiences like intergenerational trauma. Finally, community support play a big role, including wellness programs, harm reduction, counseling, and access to healthcare professionals. Recovery and support. Recovery from gambling addiction is possible, and there are many supports available to help along the way. Financial counseling can help individuals regain control of their finances and reduce stress related to debt. Inpatient and outpatient programs provide structured support whether someone needs intensive care or ongoing guidance while continuing daily life. Family and community support are also very important, as connection and understanding can make a difference in the healing process. If support is needed, the Manitoba Addictions and Gambling Helpline is available at 1-800-463-1554. Conclusion. Gambling addiction is complex and affects people in many different ways. Healing is not just about stopping the behavior, it's about reconnection, finding balance, and addressing the deeper challenges behind it. And support systems are essential, whether it comes from family, community, cultural practices, or professional help. Most importantly, recovery is possible and no one has to face it alone.
Okay, that was the end of our gambling addiction presentation. Who here is a gambler? Just kidding.
She helped them.
Okay, we're gonna move on to we'll now shift our focus to alcohol addiction. Looking at it through a holistic and Indigenous counseling perspective, what is alcohol addiction? Alcohol addiction, also known as alcohol use disorder, is a chronic condition where a person has difficulty controlling their drinking, even when it causes harm to their health, relationships, or daily life. What defines alcohol addiction? It's more than just drinking a lot. Key features include loss of control, drinking more or longer than intended, cravings, strong urges or compulsion to drink, dependence, needing alcohol to feel normal, tolerance, needing increasing amounts to get the same effect, withdrawal symptoms when not drinking. Spectrum of alcohol addiction. Rather than viewing drinking issues as simply present or absent, this model recognizes a spectrum of severity. At the mild level, individuals may experience occasional loss of control over their drinking and begin to face some negative consequences such as hangovers or missed responsibilities. As the condition progresses to moderate, tolerance often increases, meaning more alcohol is needed to achieve the same effect, and craving becomes more frequent, leading to noticeable problems in work, school, or relationships. In severe cases, often referred to as alcoholism, Individuals who develop a strong dependence on alcohol may experience withdrawal symptoms like shaking, sweating, or nausea when not drinking and continue to use alcohol despite serious physical, psychological, or social harm. This spectrum-based approach helps professionals better understand, diagnose, and treat alcohol-related problems in a more accurate and compassionate way.
The causes of alcohol addiction. Alcohol addiction can happen for different reasons. Usually it is caused by a mix of different things. Family and genetics. If someone's parents or family members have problems with alcohol, they are more likely to have the same problem. This can be because of genes, what you inherit from your parents. Mental health. People with mental health issues like depression or anxiety disorder may drink to feel better. Alcohol can become a way to escape sadness, stress, or worry. Peer pressure. Friends or classmates may encourage drinking. Wanting to fit in can lead someone to start drinking and keep doing it. Stress and problems. People may drink to deal with problems at school, home, or in relationships. Over time, they may depend on alcohol to cope. Starting at a young age, people who drink early are more likely to become addicted later in life. Environment. Living in a place where drinking is common or accepted can increase the risks. Easy access to alcohol also makes it more likely to become addicted. Certain groups face higher risk. Pregnant women. Alcohol use can lead to fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, miscarriage, or preterm birth. Adolescents and young adults. Early exposure increases the likelihood of developing alcohol use disorder later in life. Individuals with co-occurring mental health or substance use disorders. These individuals are more prone to increasing health harms, including cardiovascular disease and obesity. Sexual minorities may experience higher stress and social stigma, increasing vulnerability to alcohol-related harm. Individuals with a family history of addiction, genetics can increase susceptibility.
The consequences of alcohol addiction. Physical health issues such as liver damage, psoriasis, heart problems, and high blood pressure, increased risk of cancer, brain memory problems, poor sleep and chronic fatigue, weakened immune system, sexual and fertility problems. Mental and emotional health issues such as depression, anxiety and panic, mood swings and irritability, shame, guilt, secrecy, blackouts and memory loss, increased risk of self-harm thoughts, worsening trauma or stress symptoms. Relationships and health issues such as more arguments with partner or family members, loss or broken trust, emotional distance, neglecting responsibilities, children being affected by instability, isolation from friends and family. Oh, it's still work and financial issues such as drinking becoming a center of social life. Work and financial issues such as missing work or school, poor job performance, calling in sick often, or job loss. Spending any means of money on alcohol, debt, or financial stress. Safety and legal consequences such as drinking and driving, accidents and injuries, risk decisions and behaviors while intoxicated, violence or conflict, child custody concerns in severe cases. One of the hardest consequences is that alcohol can slowly change for something you choose to something that starts choosing you. And alcohol addiction can also understand through various stages of progression. the pre-alcohol stage, characterized by experimentation with alcohol and with the development of tolerance. Individuals may begin using alcohol to cope with stress or emotions. Early stage, drinking becomes more regular and individuals may start to rely on alcohol to cope with negative feelings or situations. This stage often includes increased tolerance and the beginning of problematic drinking behaviors. The middle stage, alcohol consumption begins to interfere with daily life, leading to physical symptoms and more obvious drinking patterns. Individuals may experience health issues related to heavy drinking. And the end stage, this is the most severe stage where individuals may drink all day and experience significant health problems, including withdrawal symptoms from when not drinking. At this point, alcohol dependence is also evident. Understanding the levels and stages of alcohol addiction is crucial for recognizing the severity of the issue and seeking appropriate treatment. If you or someone you know is struggling with alcohol use, it is important to consult a healthcare professional for assessment and support. Early intervention can significantly improve the chances of recovery and reduce the risk of long-term health consequences.
Okay, I'm going to be talking about the warning signs of alcohol addiction from my Indigenous perspective. From an Indigenous perspective. Okay. Disconnection from culture and identity. Disconnection from culture impacts us all, whether we like it or not. We lost interest in ceremony, traditions, and even our language. You begin to withdraw from elders, family, and community gatherings. And the next one I'll be talking about, emotional, the warning signs of addiction from my perspective. We also have like emotional and trauma-related signs. We use alcohol to cope with trauma, grief, or stress. It's personally what I used to do, but I'm 2 years, I think it's a year off of alcohol, and I also, it was 2 years for hard drugs, and I just want to clear that up because a lot of people, thank you. And emotional trauma-related signs, we tend to use alcohol to cope with trauma, grief, and stress. We are all impacted by intergenerational traumas. We are all impacted by intergenerational traumas linked to the Indian residential school systems. That's why I think a lot of us we got impacted. It started from the residential schools, and it caused a lot of things like feeling shame, anger, sadness, and hopelessness. We feel like emotional numbness or difficulty expressing yourself. And the second one is changes in drinking behavior. Drinking more often or in larger amounts, drinking in secret, and lashing out. Also, when alcohol is like you're under the influences, I think it impacts the role and responsibilities as your role. You lose your role or purpose within your family, and you neglect responsibilities around the house, family, work, parenting, or school, financial or legal problems, and becoming jobless. And okay, and for my 9th slide, I'll be talking about treatment, recovery, and support options for alcohol addiction. There is a lot of help, like the community health and wellness. You can get help from residential treatment and in-house treatment, or there's telehealth AA meetings. Support groups, I think, are important too, because that's like how I was able to like get clean. I had a lot of people like my classmates. Literally all they do is go to class and run my errands around, and that's it. That's what happened. There's also House Safe Home and House Outreach Support Workers. Killer. Yeah. For my 10th slide, we're gonna be talking about conclusions. Alcohol addiction is complex but treatable condition, and recovery is possible with the right support, understanding, and willingness to seek help. Sorry, I'm color. Healing is a journey that involves rebuilding balance, reconnecting with oneself and community, and drawing strength from support systems. Most importantly, no one has to face alcohol and alcohol addiction alone.
Okay, before we finish, we want everyone to remember this. Behind every addiction is a person, a story, and often pain that others cannot see. Alcohol and gambling addiction can take so much, but hope, support, and recovery can give so much back. If our presentation leaves you with one thing, let it be this: choose compassion, speak up, and never underestimate the power of helping someone feel seen. Sometimes one person caring is enough to help change the direction of someone's life. Ego sana. Okay, one last thing that we wanted to do to support sobriety is for alcohol. The first female and male to come up who's been a month sober. Can you come up? Run. First person, run. Run. And we need a male, 1 month sober. Yeah. Okay, those are the men. Okay, our next is 1 year sober, female and male. Who's been a year sober, male and female? Come on up. From anything, I guess. We need a male. Where's all the males? Come on, Miles. 1 year. Come on, 1 year.
Come here, Miles.
Come on, Miles. Travis. Our next one, 5 years sober. 5 years. Who's been 5 years sober?
Come here, Counselor Albert.
Anybody? 5 years? Come on. 5 years. Yay, Diane. Come on, Miles. Don't feel bad. It's okay. Okay, the big one, 10 plus years. Who's been 10 plus years sober? Come on up. 10 plus years. Okay, we need one more. One more. 10 plus years. Come on, Sarah. Come on, Mom. Anybody? 10 plus years. We have one more. Oh, Lucy's coming. Yay! Okay, thank you, everybody. Let's go.
Okay, thank you, ladies. Awesome job. And congratulations to the people that won prizes for their sobriety. Next, we're going to move on to opioids. And the presentation is going to be delivered by Darcy Ballantyne, Janine Falster, Deanna Cam, and Robin Williamson. If you can come up and get your projects or your presentation started. Where are they? Oh, here they come. Here they come. Let's give them a welcoming, warm applause. Over there. Over there.
It's not working. USC, I've got opioids and tradition, killer tradition. There was an error opening it. How what? Only high, okay. Okay, go ahead. Right on, Sweet Pea. Is it Darcy or Darcy? I'm gonna be like those old ladies. Darcy. I'll come in. You gotta correct us, Mom, dear. We're like old women. We're like elders. It's not loading. It says there's something wrong with the file. Oh, okay, right on. Excellent. Yep. See, oh yeah. Well, that wasn't hard to say. I'm not even saying it, but it's all under me. Okay, what do I do? Oh, it's like, hey, Darcy. Oh, just like that? Oh, why can't I make it big? Just put it on slideshow. Present. Go to present. There. Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. You gotta slide it down. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. Okay. Am I first? Yeah. Oh, I'm first. Okay. Hello? Oh, okay, excellent. Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Robin Williamson, and I'm part of the Education and Training UCN counseling program. This is my co-presenter, Janine Folster, and this is Darcy Ballantyne, and my name is Robin Williamson, and we're here to present about opioids and the decolonization of healing addiction. All right. So we'd like to make an opening acknowledging statement just to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 5 territory and that we are here on Norway House Cree Nation land. We'd like to honor and acknowledge the Cree people who are the original caretakers of this land and show respect to the elders and youth who are here to help us heal from addiction. We'd also like to take a moment of silence to acknowledge those who are still sick and struggling with addiction. So if you can please take off your hats and hoodies and just take that moment now with me. Thank you. So what are opioids? Opioids are a type of natural painkiller that are grown from the poppy plant, but they also range to synthetic opioids that are formed in a lab and can be both synthetic and naturally grown. Opioids are used to manage chronic pain therapeutically, but are also highly addictive. They work to treat severe cough and diarrhea as well. Opioids have been used to treat addiction as a replacement therapy for tapering down, which can be methadone and buprenorphine. So some of the common opioids that we have and how they work are as follows. Opioids are a class of drug that are highly addictive. They are absorbed by the body's bloodstream and are connected to natural opioid receptors in the brain and body to block out pain. They can sometimes damage the natural opioid receptors in the nervous system if they are used chronically over time. They can also cause a sense of euphoria, which is why they are so highly addictive. Dopamine is released and people cannot continue to control how much they intake anymore. This can lead to accidental overdose. They also slow the heart rate and breathing, providing an instant calming effect. This can lead to accidental overdose, hypoxia, which can stop oxygen from going to the brain. This can lead to coma and death. So some of the illegal opioids we find are come in a range of substances. They come in white, brown, or yellow powders, coarse off-white granules or grains, and tiny pieces of light brown rock. They may also be distributed in crystal powders or as pressed pills. Some illegal opioids are sold on their own or mixed with other opioids, such as heroin, to make them stronger. Strong synthetic opioids, such as fentanyl, can also appear as contaminants in other narcotics like cocaine, MDMA, synthetic cannabinoids, and ketamine, which leads to why there are so many overdoses in Canada and North America. They can also be sold as counterfeit fake prescription medications, which lead to 80% of the overdoses in Canada, and labeled as fake prescription drugs such as oxycodone, also known as Oxycontin. Some of the legal or pharmaceutical opioids that we find medicationally prescribed come in many forms, including skin patches, sublingual or under-the-tongue films, tablets, capsules, liquids, syrups, injectable solutions, lollipops, lozenges, sprays, suppositories, crystalline powders that dissolve in water. The most common opioids found in Canada are fentanyl, hydromorphine, also known as Dilaudid or Dillies, codeine, which is sold as Percocets or Percs, Tylenol 3s or T3s, oxycodone, also known as Oxycontin, methadone, which is used to taper down, heroin, which is an illicit substance, and buprenorphine, which is also used to taper down. So according to the DSM-5, which is the most statistically known of how you know you have an addiction, a problem pattern which is the use of leading to clinically significant impairment and distress, manifested by at least two of the following which occur within a 12-month period. So often taking larger amounts of the drug over a longer period of time than intended, a great deal of time spent to obtain, use, or recover from opioids, craving or a strong urge to use, reoccurring use resulting in failure to fulfill major role obligations at work, school, or home, continued use despite social or interpersonal problems caused by exacerbated use, recurrent use in physically hazardous situations, continued use despite knowing that it will cause exacerbated physical, psychological problems, tolerance, and withdrawal. So this is kind of how you can tell you have a problem if you're on your own and you notice that your use is continuing, or that you notice that your use is getting out of hand. You are the only one who can tell if you have a problem. Nobody can tell you you have a problem. You're the only one who can decide you have a problem for yourself. So the statistics say that opioid-related harms remain a critical public health issue in North America, with synthetic opioids like fentanyl driving a high number of fatal and non-fatal overdoses. In Canada, 58% of overdoses result in death involving fentanyl, and 81% involve non-pharmaceutical opioids. In North America, there were 4,162 apparent opioid toxicity deaths reported between January and September of 2025. So that's any overdose that was considered having opioid an opioid-related death within it. So even if it was like not having to do with a benzodiazepine or a nitazine, which is like related to an opioid, but not an actual opioid. On average, 270 people die each day of an opioid overdose in Canada. So now moving on to nitazines, benzodiazepines, and xylazines, which are related to opioids. Nitazines are synthetic opioids that can be several more times potent than fentanyl. Nitazines can appear unexpectedly in drugs expected to contain other more common opioids, such as fentanyl, and can increase the risk of accidental deaths. If you see that there are drugs that are unknown or not being tested and showing up on drug screens on the news, this is the drug that they're talking about. Non-medical benzodiazepines are sedatives that can have a calming effect or acts as a sleep aid, but have never been approved as a medicine in the pharmaceutical industry. Non-medical benzodiazepines have been found more frequently in the unregulated drug supply of opioids, a growing concern as they may complicate the overdose rate because they do not respond to naloxone, or what we refer to as Narcan. So even if you know that you're doing a benzodiazepine, or if you are able to buy a drug such as fentanyl, you might not know that it's cut with a benzodiazepine, and if you get Narcan, if you overdose, it will not respond to that Narcan. Xylazine is a tranquilizer used in veterinary medicine that has an analgesic, so like your throat, and muscle relaxant effect. It has recently emerged as a common cutting agent, so you never know what you're getting when you buy drugs. It is a common cutting agent sometimes added to opioids, particularly fentanyl, which can lower blood pressure, heart rate, and breathing, increasing the risk of accidental drug death. So not only does fentanyl reduce your heart rate and breathing, or opioids in general, but this cutting agent will also lower your heart rate and breathing, which can lead to hypoxia, which can lead to coma, which can lead to brain damage, which can lead to accidental overdose. So how opioids are distributed. Many prescription medications are sold illegally. For some reason, youth and women are most at risk to be addicted to prescription drugs because they're most readily available and sold over the counter or stolen from people who have a prescription. Most synthetic pharmaceutical opioids are in pill, IV, or lozenges. Illicitly produced and distributed synthetic, semi-synthetic opioid products are often pressed into counterfeit pills or mixed with other narcotics. So prescription medications like OxyContin, Vicodin, and morphine are prescribed for pain but can lead to addiction when misused. Synthetic opioids, man-made drugs such as fentanyl, are more potent than natural opioids and are highly addictive. Fentanyl, for example, is responsible for the overwhelming majority of deaths and overdoses. Illegal opioids. Drugs such as heroin are illicitly used for recreation and are highly addictive, carrying a high risk for overdose and dependence, and may need to have a secondary opioid receptor, such as methadone or buprenorphine, used to have you taper off. So the negative side effects from using an opioid. The psychological side effects include feelings of comfort, euphoria, contentment, relaxation, detachment, and happiness, which sound great, but that's why they're so addictive. Your brain produces a chemical called dopamine, and you are physically incapable of being able to stop taking the drug. Drowsiness and falling asleep, a slowed heartbeat and breathing, nausea, vomiting, headache, slurred speech, slowed speech, confusion, muscle weakness, clumsiness, dizziness, sweating will soon follow, as well as a mild allergic reaction, rash or hives, itching, aching muscles and joints, abdominal cramps, which can sometimes be compared to labor cramps, if they're that bad in certain people, dry mouth, tiny pupils, reduced appetite, low blood pressure, orgasm suppression, decreased sex drive, difficulty urinating, as well as diarrhea, and sometimes the vomiting can go on for like a couple days and you can actually lose weight. Oh, and constipation as well. The cramping is really bad. So for ingesting, when illegal and illicit opioids can be swallowed, injected, smoked, snorted, and inhaled. For illicit use of opioids, the effects can be felt within seconds if injecting or smoking, and in and around 15 to 10 minutes if snorting or if snorting. The effects of illegal opioids can be felt for 3 to 7 hours, but you really don't know because it depends on your body weight, how much you've had to eat that day, what other drugs you might be mixing it with. So the signs of opioid use. The physical symptoms include weight loss, poor hygiene, pinpointed pupils, digestive issues, and respiratory depression. The behavioral symptoms include doctor shopping, so going from doctor to try to get a prescription, misrepresenting pain, so trying really hard to pretend you're in pain to get a prescription, isolating and stealing medications, absent-minded scratching, tolerance to other drugs, constantly chewing gum, body cramps and diarrhea, nausea and vomiting, secretive with money, obsessive getting drugs, slowed thinking, impaired judgment, detachment from reality, mood swings and instability, paranoia. So if you ever see those people peeping at the windows, oh, I think the cops are coming, like that all the time. Occurring mental health issues. So co-occurring Recurring mental health issues can include anxiety, depression, overwhelming urge to like hoard things is another thing. So keeping things or giving things away, selling things. Withdrawal symptoms. Early withdrawal symptoms can be anxiety. Severe symptoms increase nausea and cramps. Neglecting hygiene, sleepiness, sleeping all the time, and lack of physical contact. So if you have a loved one who doesn't want to hug you anymore, doesn't want to be near you anymore, locks themselves in their room. And the withdrawal symptoms for opioids are some of the worst withdrawal symptoms of any drug. So some of the early symptoms of withdrawal include agitation, anxiety, muscle aches, increased crying, insomnia, runny nose, sweating, constant yawning. And the later symptoms of withdrawal include abdominal cramping, diarrhea, dilated pupils, goosebumps, nausea, extreme vomiting. And although they are uncomfortable, opioid withdrawal is not life-threatening. Drugs like methadone and buprenorphine are used to taper down, while drugs like clonidine and lorazepam are used to relieve anxiety and depression. Partnered with other recovery methods, recovery is possible.
Okay, why the pain, not the addiction? Addiction is a response to trauma. Trauma is defined as the wound that is not healed. Trauma can be passed down generationally. Trauma can be physical, mental, emotional, or spiritual. Trauma is often unresolved pain that continues to damage us through our life. We develop behaviors to soothe that pain momentarily, despite that adverse consequences. This may include obsessive repetitive behaviors such as consumption, food, shopping, abuse, and drinking and drugging. So despite representing just 2.6% of the total population, Indigenous people account for 10% of overdose deaths. Indigenous women and men are times more likely to have a non-fatal overdose and 5 times more likely to have fatal overdose than non-Indigenous women. Factors that increase vulnerability to drugs-related harms for Indigenous people are framed by the holistical and ongoing traumas related to colonization, including the residential school experience, poverty, and the child apprehension, and the involvement to the child welfare system. As we are adequate access to education, health services, and social supports that continue on. So poverty, violence, racism, and inequality. All of these results in stress. And these stress has detrimental effects on human development for youth to adulthood. When making connections to how to foster love for family, communities for self, as well as where in life where we fit and what role we will fill. When cortisol and adrenaline constantly flood the brain, it seems normal developing, leading to higher rates of addictions later on in life as a reaction to trauma. This is passed down generationally. Sorry, I'm nervous. Okay, but what are some of the forms in trauma? Colonization refers to the act of subjecting, controlling, and exploiting the territory, its resources, and its indigenous people by a foreign power. It involves establishing colonial policies that impose the dominant cultural, the laws, and often settlers' populations, aiming to replace marginalized existing inhabitants. So the process often results in systematic long-term societal, cultural, economic, emotional, and physical damage to the colonized peoples, such as self-hate along colonized groups, having long-term effects on cultural, language, and religion, and indigenous peoples' way of life. It's destroying our identity, most likely. And then okay, I'm just gonna read it from here. So, signs of overdose. Signs of the opioid overdose can include pass out and non-responsive, slow breathing, abnormal breathing, and not breathing at all. You can die in your sleep. Slow and not like no heartbeat, pulse. You can be choking and gargling sounds, skin color changes, especially the lips and fingernails. Especially the bluish purple skin for people who have lighter complexions, or grayish or ash skin for the ones with the darker complexions. There's a lot of vomiting, cool and clammy, wet and sweaty skin. Some pinpoint pupils. The overdose, yeah, okay. What do we do when we see an overdose? A Laxon or a Narcan is available free at pharmacists across Canada. It is administered via nasal spray into the person suffering an overdose. So, we're gonna demonstrate. Darcia is gonna be our victim. Okay. Okay.
Come lay down. Okay, so we have our victim here. She's overdosing. You have to put her in her recovery position. You gotta make sure that her mouth is open. You take the Narcan out of the package and you administer it to the nasal passages. And you make sure that there's something under her head, and then you hold her back so that she is not flipping over. You support their back. All right. And then you press this little red thing at the bottom. These are available free at the pharmacy. So anyone who needs Narcan can go to the pharmacy. You fill out a form. You tell them what your name is, and you will get a free Narcan. Anyone can get these. So I strongly suggest you go to the pharmacy. Always carry this in your bag. They are free at the pharmacy. Oh, my blazer. Nah. Here you go, Janine. Oh, it's Darcy's turn. Okay, here you go, Darcy. Thank
you. Traditional healing, how to help our people. Following the 7 teachings in recovery and touching on the medicine wheel and the native guide to our needs as people, the 15 TP pole teachings, and more. Love and respect. We must begin with love for ourselves and those around us. We build acceptance and forgiveness for our past mistakes and practice compassion. We become able to develop self-care and recognize we deserve healing. We are also able to show empathy to those around us to better understand and show patience. When we practice respect, we recognize the deep connection of all beings in the world, that we all play a role in this life. It reminds us to show ourselves the honor that we show those around us as well. We treat each other with dignity and see our worth, not only those people, but the land, birds, bees, and spiritual beings that live in harmony and peace. Courage and honesty. When on that red road to recovery, we know we will face challenges and adversity. We must proceed by facing our fears and overcoming inner demons with determination and bravery. Courage gives us the strength to accept change for the better and take risks in our new lives. When we walk with honesty, we are able to deeply examine what is within ourselves. We can see thoughts, feelings, behaviors, and habits without judgment in order to learn. We recognize why we struggle in order to heal. Honesty releases us of delusion and denial. wisdom and humility. Wisdom, the fifth teachings, is becoming a student of life and the continuous pursuit of knowledge. Those teachings of the community, elders, ancestors, and children. Remembering always to maintain a curious mind and make informed choices. Humility is the teaching that shows us we are a part of something greater than ourselves. It reminds us we do not hold all the answers, that seeking help is a sign of strength. We must live with integrity and hang our egos at the door, accepting the knowledge and guidance of others along our journey. Truth. The final teaching is truth. When we practice truth, we have authority in all we do. Our actions reflect our word, and our words are honest reflections that embody our thoughts, struggles, and emotions. When we speak our truth, we are able to connect with others and better walk that promoting with the help of those around us. A way of life, the principles are meant to be applied collectively as guidance for living in balance, integrity, and harmony with creation. With each principle supporting the others, living in a way in which we continue to feed that inner sacred fire always. Incorporating the 7 sacred teachings as a framework for recovery is a way to help yourself or someone you love begin to heal from addiction by creating new pathways in the brain. We all begin by making those small positive choices, then gradually the greater achievements seem more and more possible as we flourish and grow in recovery. Another way to help is by following the medicine wheel framework. By utilizing this framework, we not only heal all aspects of our being, but we are able to see how we may be leaving certain parts of our wellness. Having balance in recovery is key, and we cannot keep what we have without giving it away. So we must share our teachings with others in recovery as well. When we include these values to our recovery, we are including a well-rounded approach to living life based on the old ways of our ancestors. We honor ourselves and those around us, practicing a healthier, more balanced way of interacting with others around the world and harmonizing with those creatures that share this earth with us. We honor ourselves and show how we want to be treated by treating others with the same respect and kindness. We demonstrate that we believe and follow our hearts and cultivate joy, well-variety. Well-variety.
Okay, we have a short performance to show you guys. I just have to grab something.
Okay. You're gonna be, she's gonna be the pharmacist, you'll be the rotten tooth. Okay. So, Robin is good. I'll be the doctor. Okay, she's gonna be the pharmacist. Robin's gonna be the pharmacist. Darcia's gonna be the rotten tooth. And then I'm gonna be the mother, the caregiver. Okay.
All right, Darcy, come into my office. You just had surgery to get your wisdom teeth out. I'm prescribing you some T3s. Here you go. Take 1 daily every 4 hours. Don't exceed that limit or I'll come after you.
Quick costume change.
Hi.
Hey, I heard you had some T3s.
Yeah, I do.
How many?
Like 10.
How much?
$5.
I'll take them all.
Okay.
Right on.
A couple days later. Mom, my tooth hurts.
Hey, Mama Scotch, where's your pills? You're not supposed to abuse them. What are you gonna do now? Go back to the dentist and go count for some more pills? Do you even have a sore tooth? Well, I guess you're gonna have to suffer or go back to the dentist. That's it.
Good job, you guys. Okay, now we're gonna take a 15-minute break, and there's snacks and coffees at the back, water and juice, and we'll come back and do the third presentation. The last presentation we're gonna have to continue after lunch. So we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. So third group, be ready to present. At 11:30, it'll take us straight to lunch. Ahí go, sir.
That was awesome. She came out of her shell.
Hello. How trauma contributes to addiction. Trauma, whether from childhood abuse, neglect, or chronic stress, can leave lasting effects on the brain, and emotional regulation systems increase vulnerability to addiction. Okay, next slide. Trauma is not what happened to us, it's what happened inside us. So next I'm going to show a video about Dr. Gaber Mate. He's going to talk about trauma.
Dying, he said, I'm more afraid of living. And the question we have to ask is, why are people afraid of life? And if you want to understand addiction, you can't look at what's wrong with the addiction, you have to look at what's right about it. In other words, what is the person getting from the addiction? What are they getting that otherwise they don't have? And what addicts get are relief from pain. What they get is a sense of peace, a sense of control, a sense of calmness, very, very temporarily. And the question is, why are these qualities missing from their lives? What happened to them? Now, if you look at the drugs like heroin, like morphine, like codeine, if you look at cocaine, if you look at alcohol, these are all painkillers. One way or another, they all soothe pain. And that's what the real question in addiction is, not why the addiction, but why the pain. Now, I just finished reading the biography of Keith Richards.
I think that's it. Next slide. Who's this? We do not choose to be addicted. We use addictions to feel good about something bad that happened to us. Len Pierre.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Bradburn. I'll be talking about crack. So what is crack? While powder cocaine and crack are similar forms of the same drug, they can affect a person differently because of how they are made and their methods of use. Cocaine and crack both come from the cocoa plant, but are processed differently and come in different formations. Crack is processed or cooked by dissolving powdered cocaine in a mixture of water and baking soda. Mixture is then boiled until it goes into a solid substance form, then broken into chunks, which is also called rock pieces. It gets its name from the crackling sound it makes as it's burned. The appearance is white, yellow, and brown rocks. It produces an immediate high that lasts only about 5 to 10 minutes. This results in purchasing doses more frequently, which adds up quickly. How it's sold depends on where you live, the demand of product in the area, and the purity of the product. Crack is smoked using a can, glass, or a puffer. Common street names may include Doots, Chunks, Hard, Blast, Rock, and Pieces. Crack affects everyone differently. Some people may use the drug to feel good about themselves, the sensation of euphoria that gives them a good feeling. A person may feel a sense of confidence when taking the drug. Other people may experience negative effects, such as panic attacks, anxiety, and paranoid feelings where they believe people want to harm them, even may talk to people that are not there. It can affect a person long-term where they find themselves depressed, no motivation to do anything anymore.
So on the human body, there's dilated pupils, you get a dry mouth, grinding your teeth, soreness, you get a hoarse voice, it can damage your lungs, you can get asthma, coughing, bleeding, there's muscles, there's tremors when we see them shaking. The blood vessels, there's increased blood pressure, so there's chances of a stroke developing if your blood pressure is too high. Also the brain damages the dopamine. The dopamine is the feel-good part that the brain sends out, the feel-good pleasure one. And when you damage that part of the brain, after so long you do it, you forget that the pleasure, to feel good, the naturalness of it. You're damaging your brain so much that you forget those senses. The body can't really adjust to understand pleasure and good feelings. So there's a reduced attention, loss of appetite. Loss of appetite, when we see them lose a lot of weight, they don't eat for days. And there's dizziness, there's cardiac arrest, the risk of heart attacks, increased heart rate. There's also other side effects like nausea, vomiting, restless, irritable, heightened sense of sight and sound and touch, and a temporary decrease for sleep, and also seizures can happen.
Okay, the effects on women and men may include decline in sex drive, pregnancy problems. Women who still use while pregnant may experience stillbirth, miscarriage, and premature delivery. How do you know if it is becoming an addiction? Crack rewires a person's brain to ensure they crave only one thing, their addiction. People who struggle with addiction often experience problems in the area of finances, which includes loss of employment, spending life savings, selling items or belongings, borrowing money, or stealing money. Legal issues of addictions can result in being arrested and ending up in jail, losing a driver's license, losing child privileges, or getting a divorce. Relationships may include becoming violent with loved ones, fighting with a partner, or ignoring parental duties. Work can result in missing days at work. People may appear high on the job. Eventually, it results being fired from a job. School may include skipping classes, earning failing grades, inability to graduate due to low academic performance. It may result in suspension or expulsion. Social interactions may include avoiding favorite activities and sober events. You stop doing your favorite hobbies. It may result in completely alienating self. We're going to show a video on the drastic changes of addiction and how it affects our spirit.
God knows what is hiding in this world of little consequence. Behind the tears, inside the lies, 1,000 slowly dying sunsets. God knows what is hiding in those weak and drunken hearts. Get us to God.
Hi, my name is Sophia. People heal differently. There is no right way. It's what you feel is right. There is no right or wrong way. It is what works for you. This is one of the most honorable things you can do for yourself, and it's called self-care. Self-love, and it's loving yourself. Self-care means taking care of you. They are daily practices that can help you maintain your well-being. It's doing things, activities you enjoy, and finding the excitement in which can bring you happiness. It's taking time for yourself to do healthy things. It's like recharging a battery. It's doing things that help you feel refreshed. Performing self-care can help you manage your emotions, improve your physical and mental health. Self-care can manage stress levels and prevent burnouts. Overall, self-care can help you improve your quality of life. And these are some of our pictures, our personal pictures we wanted to share. That's Miles' picture right on the top there with the canoe when he was out hunting. And this is my picture here too, on the right side where the eggs are boiling. That picture was taken in Robinson Lake, where I go hunting with my family. And the one at the bottom is where I took a canoe ride, a canoe paddle by myself. Sometimes doing things on your own is the hardest thing, but it's the most healing part. So the next slide. I wanted to incorporate the medicine wheel and how self-care can look from the physical, spiritual, mental, and emotional aspects of self. So here are some examples of self-care activities you can do. And we're probably already doing them. You don't even realize it. So, and it's never too late to try something new. So some of the things are like exercising. So for me or other people, example of exercising can be like even just going for a walk, a run, stretching, lifting weights, doing yoga, even going for a paddle like I mentioned earlier, or going on the water and just canoeing. The other thing I wanted to mention was sleep. Like sometimes we get burnt out, like you feel it. You feel it in your body, you're tired. That's your body telling you you need rest. It is recommended that you need at least 7 hours of sleep. I also put eating healthy foods up there because I'm not gonna lie, like I don't really eat as well as I used to, but it's something that I wanna relearn. And when I'm thinking about healthy foods, it's thinking about like natural foods. Like wild meat is one thing that a lot of us may like. I also mentioned hobbies, like picking up on a hobby to keep yourself busy, such as, for me, I like sewing, I like doing beadwork. For others, your hobbies might be different. Journaling is also another one, and doing art, like doing artwork. And I also put traditional harvesting up there. For me, like going back to my roots, I learned a lot about this. Some of the traditional harvesting that is done, like, and a lot of people still carry that. It's like hunting, fishing, trapping, medicine picking, even berry picking. We get a lot of nutrients from berries. And even going for a massage. Spiritual, on the spiritual side, it's taking time out on the land, in the water. For me, making that connection to the land, it's a beautiful life. It's a place where you can go and it's calming, it's relaxing. It could be lonely, but you're learning a lot about yourself. Praying. It's how you pray. There's no right way. It's who you believe in. Usually, when I'm going through a hard time, I use prayer. When I feel like I have nobody, that's who I rely on. A lot of times I pray for strength when I feel like I'm gonna fall. Or I also pray for somebody I love, somebody that's struggling. I put smudging up there too. And also attending ceremonies, such as the Sundance, the Sweat. There are people in our community that you can reach out to, and if you want to learn more. And then going to church could be another thing you can do spiritually. On the mental side, it's good to think positive. Practice gratitude, such as, I'm thankful that I'm here today. Reading is another way. Reading affirmations, poems. Believe in yourself. When nobody believes in you, know that you're important, you're valued, you're worthy, and you have a reason to be here. Set boundaries. This is a big thing. Don't let others make you feel bad. Walk away. Go somewhere where you feel safe, where you feel loved. On the emotional side, we put understanding your feelings, understanding who you are as a person. It's good to laugh. Laughter brings the good feeling out of you. Crying. Cry when you need to. A lot of times, we carry a lot of things inside here that we need to release. And crying is healing. Be happy when you're happy. Enjoy it while it's there. Another thing I put up there is listening to music. there's so many times where music's helped me. And sometimes I'll go for a ride and I'll just turn up the music, drive. Sometimes I'll sing along. Sometimes I feel like the lyrics are like talking to me, like, you know? And this is another big thing, is ask for help when you need it. That's one thing I struggled with, was it was hard for me to move forward and to ask for help. And you know what? It's okay to ask for help. This is yours, Miles. Thank you.
Good job, Sophia. Prevention. So there's a lot of ways. We put a few down here. You know, create a support group. Can be anybody, any groups in a community you want to go for that make you feel good. Can be anybody in the community that you see that's you feel is a role model or somebody who's living a good life, trying to be healthy. Avoid places where you know drugs and alcohol will be available if possible. So it is hard. When we added this one here, we thought about a lot of people have to go back to a home where there's drinking and drugs all around them. And it's all around them, and they go in their room and they sleep, but they come out and it's still there. So it is tough. I understand for you people, the people out there, for us who have that in our lives, that have to worry about and care for loved ones. But try your best to stay away from it if possible. Surround yourself with friends and family who aren't users. You know, you can develop new relationships with your uncles, your aunties, your cousins, or your sisters, your brothers, and in hopes to maintain your sobriety, free of addictions. And someone who has struggled with the same addiction, you can talk to. Learn how to cope with stress. Learn how to cope with stress. We also spoke about triggers, right? The ladies were saying, oh, they like to get mad, right? And that's what triggers them. When they get mad, they want to go and start using. They want to go buy a bingo card or something. No, but yes, learn how to cope with stress. It was mentioned earlier, like Sophia mentioned, self-care. That's important. And join groups in the community, such as land-based programs. Land-based programs was something that I enjoyed doing. I go out on land myself if I have to. And it's wonderful. It's a nice way of life to be on the land, on the water, living off the land. It takes away all the worries when you're out there. And join groups in the community. Okay, volunteer as much as you can. Go out there, get active, make some phone calls. You got to work on it. You got to go out there and get it. And it's not going to come to you a lot of times, right? For help. You're not going to sit there and feel sorry for yourself. You got to get up and go out there and get it. Look for it. So reach out to elders, knowledge keepers, therapists, and available resources to help you keep on recovery, track on recovery.
To touch on self-care, this is what helped me when I was going through my addictions. I have been 3 years sober now from alcohol and drugs. Thank you. So you can write one thing you love about yourself every day. I love my parents, I love my smile, and so on. So you can play the video.
In my recovery, I hated myself. I hated who I was. I didn't like the negative thoughts, the negative feelings, and I was like, why is everyone loving themselves? Like, I deserve to be loved. I deserve to love myself. And I remember crying to my counselors, like, how come I'm not loved? And he's like, you are loved, Marcia. You just don't love yourself right now. And that's because you had the happy drug to, like, put those thoughts in your head saying, like, no one's gonna love you, no one's gonna... You had that alcohol there to, like, take you away from that love. And he told me, when I was sober, write one thing you love about yourself every day. And ever since that, my list has been growing bigger, and I'm like, this person sounds amazing.
So that helped me through my recovery.
For here, like, we shared pictures of ourselves and what we're doing on our recovery. For me, I like to share a story of my road on recovery. At the time, I did not know how to ask for help. And this part is still hard for me, but I'm learning. I drank a lot, and I admit alcohol was an addiction for me. I hit rock bottom. I got into trouble with the law. I was 20 at the time, and I had to attend treatment to show the courts I was working on myself. The scary part of attending treatment was leaving my home and going to a place where I was not familiar with. But it was a place where I truly found myself, and it was the beginning of my anchor to the beginning of my healing journey. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. Today I'm still standing. I'm healing, I'm learning, and I'm recovering. Going back to my family, the land, the water, and my traditional roots has really helped my journey. I'm standing here today and I can say I could have been 7 years sober, but I have relapsed almost 4 years ago. At the time of my relapse, I remember how depressed I felt, and it was a really lonely place. And it's not a place where I want to go back to. It was prayer, family, who encouraged me and helped me get back on my feet. This does not have to be your story. We all endured hardships, but one thing I have learned is that we are resilient people, and we all have a fight inside of us to get back up. You are not alone, and my hope is by sharing my story, it can help encourage people to ask for help. Here are some community resources that we wanted to include. You can reach out for help. So I'll just leave that up there for a while. Health and wellness program, outreach support workers, harm reduction, mobile support team. There's also a helpline there. There's a safe home, women's shelter, Jean Balser's Place, Circle of Care, Jordan's Principle, Family Enhancement. There's more, but these are the ones I was thinking about. And I also wanted to share, I had the opportunity to work with some of these ladies, men that work in these organizations, and they're really good people. There's people out there that will sit with you, that will listen to you if you need help. And the other thing was we looked at were outside resources. These are treatment programs. You can call there, require about treatment. And if you need help, you can reach out to community wellness. There are ladies there that work there. I believe there's men there too. If you feel like you're struggling, these are some numbers you can call, and the other resources before this one. Embrace change. We are all imperfect. We can want change. Beating addictions is possible. So we like to share a story of our recovery.
Being sober is going to be a legacy for sure. Yes. Because you're stopping what has been a generational issue in my biological family. So for me, sobriety is the greatest, it will be the single greatest thing I do if I can stay sober. I mean, this without question. Because generations of people have had their lives ruled and ruined by alcoholism and drug addiction. So for me, sobriety is sobriety first, always.
All right, so I hope you guys are listening. I hope you enjoyed I hope you enjoyed it, because I forgot to mention at the beginning there, we have some gift cards here to give away. And one of the questions we have 4 gift cards to give away. And you'll have to put your hand up, but Sophia is very... In Canada, how many residential schools operated? Put your hand up if you have the answer. Anybody want to give it a try? How many residential schools operate in Canada? It was mentioned earlier in the slide for a gift card. Okay, Angel? Oh, close. 104 to 4. Get a gift card. Okay, that's a good one for raising your hand there. So what is one way to stay away from drugs? In the back? Wait. All right, there you go. Stay away. Have a support system. Here, I got one here. Okay, the third one is, what are some resources in the community we can seek help from? Okay, Janine? All right, yeah, there you go. Come on, you got a prize there. Good job, Janine. And what is self-care? There you go. All right. Come on up. We'll come and give you your gift card. Okay? Sophia's got to find it in her purse there, I think, there. Okay, but in closing here, I'd like to let all the men out there know that I struggled myself. I'm 12 years clean and sober now. I used to sit with a lot of you. I used to sit and have beers and talk about whatever with a lot of you. And if I can do that, if I can change, you can do it as well. But I'm here to help. I'm a helper. And I hope that you all understand that. And we all have families out there that are struggling, loved ones. And that it is tough. It is tough, right? But talk to your supports and keep praying for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys. Can we give them another round of applause, please? They did an amazing job this morning. So with that, it's lunchtime. The lunch is just coming in. We're gonna have free lunch set up at the back, so as soon as it's set up, if you stick around, you can feed yourselves and enjoy the lunch. We'll come back and reconvene at 1 o'clock, and we'll finish with the last group of the students' presentations, and then we'll move on to the motivational speaker. He's here in the building. He's in the back, Blaine Constant. So if you want to go say hi to him, you're all welcome to do that. So we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. I go say, thank you.
lost sight of it. We lost it. Oh, I see it right here. I knew I put it.
You know what I forgot? To bless the food while they're setting up. I know. Where's she?
Ancestors. My grandmother was also a residential school victim and a survivor. So it's like you said in your presentation, it's an intergenerational impact that has had on us as First Nations in this country. And I may have time, if allowed, to provide some information on a project that was funded to Northern Cree Nation called the Four Pillars. And it reflects on the loss of our language, loss of our culture, heritage, and also to create healing initiatives in our community. So maybe if there's time, I'll do a brief presentation on that, so the resources, community resources, and you members of Northern Cree Nation are aware. So with that, we'll say a prayer to give thanks for the blessings of the gift of food, and that to bless the hands that I prepared them hatan. No tayo na ski so hain ay sewasin pisa nas kamitnan almost si isaga kagi pesiminya kapi savenimya utagagi pianya tapimpitya utaski. Ikisigi sa pagwasin to iwastes kamoyakan mausin kisay giwin. Tawiagan iskawiyakan mo sige piatagene muin. Kayas kita tisapmatsya kaysa pagwasiyak tisapmatsya. Kipagwasitin mina that you will bless the hands of the women, the people that prepared the food for our use, that it may bring health to our minds, souls, and bodies. Ikisigi sa nanas kamitin na naskagi sagak may kita sa pagwasiyan mitin. Yes, puman mo siya natsinuin. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen.
Check, check. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the second portion of the workshop. I'm going to be introducing the last group of the students from the UCN Indigenous and Northern Counseling Skills Program. They're going to be presenting on cocaine and marijuana, or cannabis. The presenters are Sinead Clark, Flora Rideout, and Diane Poker. So I'd just like to invite you to give them a hand before they start. Are you guys ready? Anytime you're ready.
Right away. We could just use this right here. Go ahead.
Tanse. My name is Flora Rideout Nisnigasun, and we are part of the Indigenous Counseling Program. And this is?
My name is Sinead Clark.
And I'm Diane Poker.
And we also have 4 little friends that came to help us present.
So we just wanted to start off our presentation with a little
scenario in life with our puppeteer. This is Kuka and his brother and his sister. So the story starts with two kids going to Kukum's house. Oh, she can't see. Two siblings going to Kukum's house. They walk in all giggly, smelling like skunk, and Kukum notices something. Why? What's wrong with you guys? Why are your eyes red? Why do you smell like skunk? We're high, Kukum. I'm sorry. They're high, she said. Do you know how dangerous this path could lead you? I love you both, and I don't want you guys to go down that path. Promise me you'll never get high ever again. We promise. Sorry, Kukum. Do we have another mic? Do we have another mic? Nope. So, later down... Okay, that's better. Oh, yeah. Ah. Later down the path, the brother listens to his Kukum and says no to getting high. He starts to play basketball after school, and he starts to learn his culture and learn how to drum. On the other hand, the sister starts hanging around with a bad crowd, starts experimenting with drugs, and is introduced to the love of high, and she does anything to get her fix. As things progress, the Muslim starts to notice the difference between the two. So he talks to both of them. I notice that both of you, I'm the Muslim. I notice that both of you have taken different paths down life. You, my nephew, I noticed that you connected with your culture, your spirit seems happy, and you're on a good path. High five. You, my Nusum, I notice your spirit is hurting. I want you to come with me to connect with your spirit, because it's never too late to heal yourself. Okay, Muslim. So our little play here is to see how one little choice could lead you down different paths, and it's never too late to get help. And we'll start on a presentation now. This is a warm-up opening.
All right, thank you. Okay, are we going to lead them there?
Yeah, marijuana. Yeah.
Okay, so that was the beginning of our presentation, and our theme is It's Never Too Late. Okay, I'm doing the presentation on cannabis, machimas kusis, that's how you say that in Cree, marijuana. I need my paper right there. All right. Cannabis refers to dry leaves, flowers, stems, and seeds of a cannabis plant. It contains 480 chemical compounds like tridocannabinol, THC, being the primary psychoactive component responsible for mind-altering effects. Sometimes cannabis is used for medical reasons. The purpose of this is to help manage the symptoms, not to directly treat a condition. Some examples for medical use is chronic pain, neuropathic pain, multiple sclerosis, helps prevent seizures, helps with nausea and vomiting related to chemotherapy. It also helps people that have HIV or AIDS. What is the common street name? We say Mary Jane, Mary Johanna, MJ, joint, hoot, reefer, skunk, weed, and sometimes it's referred to as shatter. That's a different form. Okay, how do you use it? People commonly use cannabis by smoking dried plant material in joints like a cigarette, in blunts or in pipes or bongs. Dried cannabis can also be vaped using electronic vaping devices and vape pens. That's what you see right there. There are other products made from the cannabis plant, such as oils and concentrates, edibles, herbal tinctures, lotions, and balms. So you can find it in a lot of places. All right. Cannabis may affect people differently depending on the amount taken, the potency, the product's ingredients, the way it is ingested, other drugs a person may be taking, a person's underlying medical condition, age, sex, genetic differences, and a person's experience with cannabis use. Side effects are increased appetite, nausea, vomiting, elevated heart rate, and respiratory problems. Long-term smoking is associated with respiratory issues such as inflammation of the airway and chronic bronchitis. So it does affect your breathing. It is also linked to certain mental health conditions, problems with memory, thought, concentration, sensory, and time perception. Problems with learning, difficulty in thinking and problem solving, heightened imagination, illusions, delusions, and hallucinations. It also increases your cancer risk. Long-term use can lead to dependence and withdrawal following discontinuation, as well as psychological addiction and dependence. What effects does it have on the body? Short-term physical effects are sedation, bloodshot eyes, like the puppets here, they had bloodshot eyes when they went to go see Kukum. They had an increased heart rate, coughing, increased appetite, and increased blood pressure. Extended use may cause suppression of the immune system, so you can get sick faster. Withdrawal from chronic use of high doses of marijuana causes physical signs such as headaches, sweating, shakiness, stomach pains, and nausea. Can also include behavior signs such as restlessness, irritability, and sleep difficulties. What are the overdose effects? Well, I have a picture here of the skull. In the marijuana, it's like you never truly know what's in that marijuana right now. What is the legal status? In Canada, it is legal, both for recreational use and medical purposes. And when you buy it for medical purposes, like from those places that sell stuff like that, they'll have that label on there. Cannabis in Canada is legal for both recreational and medicinal purposes. Cannabis was originally prohibited in 1923 until medical use of cannabis was legalized nationwide under conditions outlined in the Marijuana for Medical Purposes Regulation issued by Health Canada, which regulated medical cannabis effective 30 July 2001, was later suspended for access to cannabis for medical purposes regulations, which also permitted seed, grain, and fiber production under the license of Health Canada. And here's our video. Is cannabis a gateway drug?
I started smoking cannabis when I was 12 years old, also known as weed, and I was addicted for 5 years. The way that I got into the drug was I was hanging out with a lot of older kids at the time, and someone offered me a joint, and I had no reason not to trust them because they were friends of mine, so I took it. And that just became a part of the way that we socialized with each other. It was just a part of what we did when we were hanging out. Smoking weed definitely had an effect on my schoolwork and my school life. I started hanging out with people that didn't really like to work, and I fell behind quite considerably in school. I'd literally just get by on doing the bare minimum. I think when I was 15 was when I started to realize that I really had a problem, because I was more stoned than I was sober. And a typical week would look like, on a Monday morning, I would smoke a joint before school, I would get stoned at lunchtime, I would go home, have dinner, and then get stoned with my friends after that, and that was on repeat Monday to Friday. And then the weekends were just all-day sessions, basically. And so that was when I started to realize that I couldn't really go without it. I think perhaps one of the reasons why I got dependent in the first place was because I was quite a strange kid growing up. I was always quite antisocial to a certain degree. I was always quite rebellious. I never liked anything mainstream, and smoking weed seemed like the perfect antisocial activity. Also, I think that I was very emotional when I was younger, and I was very aware from very early on that I could get very sad, and weed provided an escape from those emotions a lot of the time. I was 17 when cannabis started to really affect my mental health. I remember it really vividly. I had been for a run in the morning and smoked a joint straight after. And I was on my way to school, and it felt as if my brain was just falling out of my head. And I started to develop panic attacks and anxiety, which got progressively worse and worse. And it was after that point that I started to develop quite chronic anxiety and paranoid delusions as well. So I started to believe that friends and family were trying to poison me, and I would have to see all of my food being prepared. I really felt like it was over for me. I thought that I had snapped my brain in half and there was no chance of recovery. I thought I was going to be in a cannabis-induced psychosis for the rest of my life. I was terrified. Honestly, it was some of the scariest years of my life. And so I literally just could not continue smoking weed after that point. I think one of the problems that I had in seeking help from my friends was that everyone was still having fun around me, and there never seemed to be any problems with anyone else smoking weed. I was very good at passing off my problems as less serious than they were, especially to myself, but that's quite a common characteristic in addicts. It's justifying the behavior by downplaying the seriousness of what you're doing. Going to counselling was probably the best decision I ever made. I learned in counselling to rationalise and normalise the things that were happening in my brain and to be able to deal with them and manage them. And I still have residual problems, but my mind is so much easier to manage than it was 10 years ago. And I feel really lucky for that, actually. I mean, the biggest regret for me is that I started smoking weed so early. And when you're in your early teens, even your mid-teens, your brain is still developing and it's still so fragile. And you only get one brain and you have to live in it for the rest of your life. So you should take care of it as best you can.
And our theme is that it's never too late. It's never too late to stop. It's never too late to ask for help. It's never too late to look for help.
Okay, my part of the presentation will be on cocaine. And I'd like to start with a figure. This is a figure that was at the Brooklyn Museum. It's called the figure chewing coca, also known as coquero, and it's from the 1850 to the 1500s. Cocaine is a white crystalline powder. It's derived from the coca leaves. The cocaine base crack looks like small, irregular shaped white rocks. Cocaine is an intense, euphoric producing stimulant drug with a strong addictive potential. And euphoria means like it gives you like a excitement or happiness. It was isolated from the leaves of the cocoa bush in the 1860s. The researchers discovered that cocaine numbs whatever it touches, and it's leading to its use as a local anesthetic, and that's to numb the areas of skin or whatever it touches. Today we use synthetic anesthetics rather than the original cocaine. In 1880s, a psychiatrist named Sigmund Freud wrote scientific papers that praised cocaine as a treatment for many ailments, including depression, alcohol, and opioid addiction. After this, cocaine became widely and legally available in patent medications and soft drinks. As cocaine use was increased, people began to discover its dangers. In 1911, Canada passed laws restricting the importation, the manufacture, and the sale and possession of cocaine. The use of cocaine declined until the 1970s, when it became known for its high cost and for the rich and glamorous people that use it. The cheaper crack, known as crack, is now become available in the 1980s. As we know, coca leaves were made, and it came from a research company in 1886 for a recipe that includes in the soft drinks Coca-Cola. Though the company began using it in 1906, the Pure Food and Drug Act was passed. Today, Coca-Cola continues to be used and extract for flavoring and is processed by the Stephan Company in New Jersey. The leftover cocaine byproducts are sold for medical use. It came from the leaves of the Extraoxylum coca bush, and it grows in the slopes of the Andes Mountains in South America. For at least 4,500 years, people in Peru and Bolivia have chewed cocoa leaves to lessen their hunger and fatigue. Today, most of the world's supply of coca is grown and refined into cocaine in Colombia. The criminal networks control the lucrative cocaine trade. The other street names we have for cocaine are blow, coca, coke, crack, crank, flake, rock, snow, soda, and cot. It looks like crystal powder. It can be snorted or injected. Sometimes it can be cut and can be used with things like cornstarch or talcum powder, and that's like baby powder. And it can also be used with other drugs such as local anesthetics or amphetamines. The base form is chemically processed, and it produces a form of cocaine known as freebase and crack, and they look like crystals or rocks. Cocaine is often used with other drugs, especially alcohol and cannabis. Cocaine and heroin mixed together and dissolved for injections is called a speedball. Cocaine is used to be snorted or dissolved in water and injected. The cocaine users usually binge on the drug and they are exhausted and they run out of cocaine. The effects it has on the mind is a state of intense happiness or excitement. And the excitement that they feel, it comes from the brain, and it's also known as the hypothalamus When a person takes the drug or engages in other addictive activities, the neurotransmitter dopamine is released in a cluster of nerve cells called the nucleus accumbens, sometimes called the pleasure center of the brain. And when the hypothalamus responds to the dopamine, it produces memories of the pleasure. And then the amygdala, another section of the brain, creates a response to stimuli like a cigarette or a needle, meaning that the person sees these cues, they have an intense craving for the substance or activity. The repeated exposure causes the nerve cells in the nucleus, and they communicate in a way that leads the person to seek out the drug or activity and wanted to do more of it. Over time, the person gets to use the feeling of pleasure they get from taking the drug or other drugs, and they need to do more and try and get the same satisfaction and satisfy their cravings. They have a hard time feeling happy when they're not on the drug or doing the activity they're addicted to, because the brain has gotten so used to the feeling of pleasure or excitement that drug or activity or the drug that activity that gives it. The effects on the body is cocaine causes the blood vessels to thicken and constrict, decreasing the flow of oxygen to the heart. Then this causes the heart muscles to work harder, which can lead to heart attacks or strokes. Cocaine also raises blood pressure, which can weaken the blood vessels in the brain and cause it to burst, causing in a stroke. Snorting cocaine is another effect on the body, and it can lead to a loss of smell or sinus infections or cause a hole in the nasal cavity or in the nose, the nostril. And smoking cocaine through a long-term use, it creates something known as a cracked lung. And it can cause chest pain, breathing problems, and fevers. Sharing needles can also cause hepatitis or other blood infections known as HIV. And injection can also cause infections from used needles if they're not using clean needles. If the female uses and if they're pregnant, we don't know the extent of cocaine use on the body or on the baby. Even breastfeeding, the baby is exposed to the drug and we don't unsure of the effects of what the baby can have. The chronic use of it causes weight loss, malnutrition, poor health, sexual problems, infertility, you can't have babies, and the loss of social and financial supports. After all that's been said, the duration of cocaine high depends on a few factors, such as the method of ingestion and how much you use it. But it typically lasts only, well, approximately 15 to 30 minutes. And like I said, the cocaine high feels like a temporary euphoric effect, and that means like a temporary excitement. The person feels excited, they feel energetic, they feel more confident, they feel more sociable. Some people find that cocaine also increases their capacity for creativity. These effects occur because of the dopamine pathways in the brain. Some people may also experience increased anxiety, panic, or paranoia from using cocaine, like they feel frightened or scared. And this is from a research report from the National Institute of Drug Use. The short-term effects may vary from person to person and is based on the dose and the delivery. Here we have a picture of a love rose. A love rose is being used to smoke crack cocaine. The people often use the freebase crack with a pipe made from a glass tube, often taken from love roses. There are small tubes with a paper rose that's promoted as romantic gifts. These are sometimes called stems, horns, blasters, or straight shooters. A small piece of a clean, heavy copper, like a stainless steel scoring pot or chore boy, is used as a reduction base and a flow modulator in the rock that can be melted and boiled to vapor. Crack is smoked by placing it at the end of the pipe. A flame held close to it produces the vapor, which is then inhaled by the smoker. And these are the references we use to come up with our presentation on cocaine. And we can't forget our theme. The theme of the presentation, it's never too late to ask for help.
We're not done. Okay, our last part here will be if it's. Do you want to put it up? It's okay. The recognizing signs of. Okay, I'll try to be fast. Okay, recognizing the signs of addiction in loved ones. Recognizing the signs of addiction in a loved one is a delicate and often painful process. While every individual is unique, has unique experiences and behaviors, it's usually predictable pattern as a substance and behavior begins to take priority over the aspects of life. So some signs will be loss of interest, a noticeable withdrawal from hobbies, sports, social activities they once enjoyed, secrecy and isolation, spending time alone, being vague about their whereabouts, and suddenly hanging out with totally different people. Neglect of responsibilities, a decline in performance at school or work, or missing important family commitments, financial issues, so unpredictable needs for money, disappearance of valuables at home, suddenly they're broke, just stuff like that. Mental shifts, so they'll have mood swings, they'll be mad 1 minute, they'll be sad the other. Defensiveness, so when you ask where they are, they'll get mad at you, like, why are you in my business? Why are you doing that? They'll have low activity or hyperactivity. So it changes and it doesn't usually align with their personality. The change in sleep pattern, staying up all night or sleeping for a really long stretch of time. Next one. So these are just what I was talking about. Their physical appearance, they'll neglect their hygiene. They, like she said, that you'll lose weight or you'll gain weight. You'll smell odd odors on their breath or clothing. Their face and eyes will be bloodshot. Usually they'll have dilated pupils or pinpoint pupils, so like big black eyes or like small ones. They'll have a flushed look to their skin. Physically, they'll be shaky, they'll have tremors, and they'll have a slurred speech. So how do you approach someone you love that has addiction? If you notice these signs, it is important to lead with empathy instead of accusations. Addiction is a complex health issue, not a moral failing. So you could educate yourself, learn about like what they're using, what pull it has on the brain. Speak during calm moments, so don't speak to them when they're on the drug, don't speak to them when they're mad, try to speak to them when they're normal, not normal, sorry, everyone's normal. When they're like okay physically. And when you try using I statements, so instead of like, I'm worried that you're out so long. And instead of like, why are you out so long? Why are you doing this? Why? It's like, I'm worried for you. So you doesn't feel like you're attacking the person. And try to seek professional support for yourself, because it is hard to have someone that you love that has addiction, and it really does hurt you and your spirit as well. So the next part we got will be recognizing, these are just little pictures you can look at. Recognizing addiction within yourself. Recognizing the shift from casual use or behavior to addiction is a subtle process. It often involves a transition from wanting to do something to needing to do something to feel baseline normal. So some behavioral shifts you could look out in yourself is loss of control. So making a firm resolution to quit or cut back, but not sticking to it. So like, I'm only going to do it weekends, but you don't do it, but you start doing it every day. So that's a failure to meet your commitments to yourself. Time displacement, spending a significant amount of time obtaining, using, or recovering from the substance and activity. This often results in neglecting hobbies, work, and social commitments, like we said before. Secrecy and isolation. So you hide your behaviors from your friends. You hide that you're doing a drug. Risk-taking. So engaging in behaviors and situations where it's physically dangerous, like driving. So say you drive high. That's one of the signs, because you're putting yourself at risk to get the drug or to be around the drug. Using it as a primary coping mechanism. So relying on the drug to handle your stress, anxiety, and sadness. So using it to cope with your traumas. You don't feel happy without it. You feel really sad. And continue to use despite the consequences. Presenting, I can't say that. When you're using it and it's clearly causing you problems in your relationships, your finances, or your physical health. You're feeling nauseous, restless, angry when the substance or activity is not available for use. So the next one. Your tolerance for the drug you'll need more of the drug to get more high, to achieve the same high. Your withdrawal systems, experience physical discomfort such as tremors, sweating, nausea, and headaches when stopping the behavior. You neglect yourself, there's self-care. And a simple thing that you could ask yourself, one of the most telling signs is CAGE framework. It's used in Alcoholics Anonymous mostly, but you could use it for anything. So you ask yourself, have you ever felt the need to cut down? Have you ever felt annoyed by people criticizing your uses on your drug? Have you ever felt guilty about using the drug? Have you ever use it as an eye-opener to steady your nerves? So have you ever woken up in the morning and I need this to feel okay, to feel normal, to go throughout my day? If you identify with some of these, it's usually a strong signal that it's time to reach out to a professional or a support network. And these are just some resources. Finding the right support is a valuable step for both individuals struggling with addiction and people who love them. Depending on your needs, there are several confidential and professional resources available across Canada and in Norhouse. So there's Community Sport Mobile Team. They're here. Hi, guys. Dispatch, and there's just some Canada suicide hotlines, and there's also treatments around Norhouse. We have some. Do you bring the stickers? Oh, you have to.
Okay. So we go back to our theme. It's never too late. It's never too late to ask for help. And the best way to ask for help is to ask the Creator, to ask God. And we have a serenity prayer. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. Living one day at a time, enjoying one moment at a time, accepting hardships as the pathway to peace, taking as He did this sinful world as it is, not as I would have it, trusting that He will make all things right if I surrender to His will, that I may be reasonably happy in this life and supremely happy with Him forever in the next. Amen.
And here I have a prayer for the addicts family, because all of us are probably affected by it. Father, Lord in heaven, thank you for the life of our precious one. We can't say that we understand what they are going through each day, but we can say that we want to be there for them spiritually and physically. We pray that you give us the strength and courage to help fight through this. Let us not for 1 second try to give up on them. We know who they are, and this is just a patchy part of their lives they are going through. Never let us be judgmental or in hospital to them. Help us find the best help we can for them. Give us the power to turn this around as a family. Help us bring our lost sheep back to this flock. They will always belong with us, no matter what. Thank you, Lord, for hearing our prayer. Amen.
Okay, we have some stickers here that they're going to pass out. So on the stickers it says it's never too late, and there's a number for on-call workers if you need help.
Okay, thank you, ladies. You did a good job. So we're going to be moving on and welcoming our special guest. It's an award-winning motivational speaker, workshop facilitator, musician, and MC services provider. He talks on topics of breaking the cycle of abuse, overcoming addiction, meth awareness, recovery and healing, learning to love ourselves, taking steps out of our comfort zone, anti-bullying, journey of self-discovery, and many other topics. The name of our workshop today is Just for Today. And he uses a quote, he uses that quote that says, I don't need to be sober forever, because forever hasn't even happened yet. The only thing I need to do is to be sober, just for today. That's it. So I ask you to welcome Blaine Constant to the stage. Let's give him a big warm welcome hand.
All right, everybody. Ani and Tanse Boujou. So my name is Blaine Constant, as you heard. I'm a 37-year-old Indigenous Cree man from Mississippiesta Cree Nation, so Grand Rapids, and Opaskwack Cree Nation, the Paw. Let's hear a big round of applause for all the presenters from the day, though, so far. It's been very informational and amazing to hear all that stuff. I came in this morning and I heard a little of what they were talking about, and I love that they were touching base on that stuff because that's some of the things that I talk about as well. You know, learning to love ourselves and practicing self-care. It's so important that we all practice this in our life, you know. So I'll get to that in a bit. But what I wanted to do was kind of take you guys through a little bit of my life story here. Because every step on my path has been for a reason. And every step on my path led me to this moment with all of you here today. So I don't have a whole lot of time today, much of it as I can, just to kind of help you understand what led me to the different stages of my life. Now, a little over 12 years ago, I was homeless on the streets of Winnipeg. And I lived that way for 4 years out of my life. I lived out of a beat-up backpack with the same 3 pairs of clothes. I slept in the bushes, on the park benches, on the sidewalks, and it wasn't an easy way of life, you know, not by any means. What had led me to that stage of my life, though, becoming homeless, was my addictions. And if you had come talk to me when I was a young boy and you said, Blaine, you're going to end up addicted to alcohol. I think the batteries are going on this maybe. You're going to end up addicted to drugs and alcohol, and you're going to become homeless on the streets of Winnipeg. I wouldn't have believed you. Not in a million years. Because as human beings, we always tend to think this one thought right here, right? It can't happen to me. That's that guy. It would never happen to me, though. I'm too smart. I would never let that happen. But like I said, if you had come talk to me when I was a young boy and you said all of this stuff was going to be a part of my path, I wouldn't have believed you. Not in a million years. And this is why it's so important that we have events like this, that we have conversations like this, you know. And I think it's important that when we talk to our young people, that we get to know that they are very much like us. They don't want to be told what to do. When I go talk at youth conferences, youth symposiums, school presentations, all this kind of stuff, I try to refrain from the language of don't, stop. You know, when I get up on that stage, I usually throw them off because I say, don't worry you guys, I'm not here to tell you don't drink, don't do drugs. Because the truth is, you wouldn't listen to me anyway. Instead, what I would rather do is share with you what happened to me when I drank and I did drugs. And then hopefully these are the stories that you will remember when it comes time for you to make that decision for yourself. So freedom of choice and empowering them to make their own decision, because they're going to anyway. So if you have experience with addictions, with breaking cycles of abuse, recovery, healing, then talk to the young people in your life, because they're listening. Sometimes we just need to be mindful with our approach. Now, when I get up there and I tell them that I'm not here to tell you don't drink and don't do drugs, they get confused because they were fully expecting me to come up on that stage and start saying, don't do this, don't do that, stop doing this and stop doing that. So when I don't do that, they get confused and now they're listening. No defense mechanisms take place, no walls go up, and now they're listening. So it's really important and beautiful to see something like this. When I walked into the room this morning, I was really happy to see the amount of people that are here, because this is a powerful step towards creating change. This is a powerful step towards recovery and healing taking place in our community. So, you know, I'm really proud of all of you for deciding to show up, because the truth is, you all could have chose to do anything else today. You all could have chose to walk over and go try $5 on the slots over there. You guys could have been sitting at Tim Hortons right now getting coffee after coffee, but instead you chose to be here today, and I'm really proud of each and every single one of you for doing that. So like I said, I'm going to take you guys back to the beginning here, and I want to let you guys know that some of the stuff that I talk about, it can get pretty heavy. But it's so important that we go through the heavy to get to the healing. Because for years I could not heal because I just kept pretending that I wasn't hurt. And I'll say that again, you know, for years I could not heal in my life because I just kept pretending that I wasn't hurt. I can't count how many times, you know, people would come up to me and they'd say, hey, Blaine, how are you doing? And I would look them right in the eye and I'd say, not too bad, man. How about you? I'm good. How about you? But that wasn't the case. Maybe the case was, maybe I was sad. Maybe I was having the hardest time of my life. Maybe I was grieving or going through depression. But I would never let anybody know, because as human beings, we become so quick to acknowledge two emotions, and that's it: happiness and anger. When we're happy, people know. They see the look on our face, the tone of our voice, our body language. It's very obvious to know when we're happy, right? When we're angry, same thing. They see that look on our face, our tone of our voice changes, our body language. It's very obvious to know when we're angry too. But for some reason, when we're sad, we always try to hide from that one. And not only do we try to hide it from everybody else, but we try to hide from it ourselves and pretend that it doesn't exist. But sadness is going to be a part of your journey, whether you want it to or not. And what happens when we don't acknowledge our sadness, our feelings, what we're going through? It doesn't randomly fall off our back. It doesn't disappear. What happens is we bury it. And over the course of human history, we have gotten so good at storing trauma inside of our bodies that we forget about some of the stuff that we buried. And so here we are trying to go through life while we're carrying all of this stuff right here. And the truth is that some of the things you've been carrying around in your life was never yours to carry in the first place. And this is why it's so important that we acknowledge what we're feeling and what we are going through. So then this way, when we're ready, we can begin to put some of this stuff down and start to move forward in a good way. So like I said, some of the stuff I'm going to talk about is going to get pretty heavy, but we need to go through the heavy in order to get to the healing. If at any point in time it becomes too heavy for you, though, you're more than welcome to take a step out. You're not going to hurt my feelings. You're not going to offend me. This is just a way for you to take good care of you. So, up until the age of 5, I had a fairly regular childhood. Aside from the fact that my mom and my dad were divorced when I was a kid, I had a fairly regular childhood. Me and my sister would be back and forth between mom's house and grandma's house every night. And things were going pretty good, We'd go sleep over at cousins' places, they'd come sleep over at ours, and things were going pretty good. But at some point throughout kindergarten, my mom met this guy. And he seemed like a really good guy. He was always taking us out to do fun things, always making people laugh. Everybody seemed to love him. And things moved between them pretty quickly. And at the end of kindergarten, we ended up moving from Grand Rapids over to his neck of the woods in Alberta. When we got there, it didn't take long for his true colors to begin to show. I could remember when this guy would get mad, he would stare at me super intense, breathing heavy through his nose. And I knew that this wasn't good, but I had no idea what was coming. And I could remember the very first time that he came into my room in the middle of the night. I was a little over 5 years old. He walked into my room just after 2:30 in the morning. He turned the light on and he closed the door behind him. When he did this, it startled me. And at this point of our relationship, he already had me calling him Dad. So I sat up and I looked at him and I said, "Is everything okay, Dad?" And then without saying a word, he walked over and he punched me in the face. Now this is a grown man that's bigger than I am to this day. He was 6'2", 250 pounds, and he liked to lift weights, was into bodybuilding. So naturally, you can all imagine the response of a young 5-year-old boy being punched in the face by a fully grown man. My first response was to cry. But when I did that, he jumped on top of me, started putting all of his weight down on my neck, and he said, "Shut up, man up, a real man doesn't cry." And sadly, there are a lot of men and young men in this room right now who have heard this at some point in time of their life as well. Man up, a real man doesn't cry. But I don't agree with that. And I don't think that's the truth at all. I think the truth is it takes a real man to cry. Because true strength to me is not determined by how much weights we can lift, how good we think we can fight, or how bad we might think that we are. True strength to me is determined by what we are willing to do for the betterment of ourselves and our loved ones. How far are we willing to go for that? But this would soon become my normal. And no matter how bad things got, I was never allowed to cry. And this stuck with me for my entire life. I am 37 years old, but it's taken me 30 years of my life to learn how to cry. And I'll say that again so you guys really understand that. I am 37 years old, but it's taken me 30 years of my life to learn how to cry. And at the hardest times of my life when I should have cried, I wouldn't. I couldn't, and I didn't know how to. But now that I can cry, I'm so incredibly proud of myself. Because here's the thing with crying. Crying is the most natural form of healing that we have been given as human beings. And the truth is that after a good cry, we all feel better. Each time that we let those tears fall, we make more room in our body, mind, and spirit for healing to take place. We are meant to cry. It's why we've been given that ability as human beings. I've gotten so good at crying that you guys should have seen me when I went to go watch The Avengers at the movie theater. I was watching The Avengers, and it was that scene where Iron Man dies, right? And I was crying hard at this movie theater. And then I realized, wow, look at me right now. At the hardest times of my life when I should have cried, I didn't, I wouldn't, and I couldn't. But now I'm sitting here in a movie theater, surrounded by all these people, and I'm crying watching a Marvel movie. That's incredible. That is tremendous growth. And you're going to hear me talk about that throughout our time that we have together here. Learning to acknowledge our growth. Because whether you realize it or not, you have been learning, you have been growing, and you have been getting better and better at this thing called life. We need to learn to acknowledge our growth. Now, I'll tell you guys the truth. In the last 2 months, I have been crying a lot lately. For those of you that may see my stuff on social media, or maybe we're friends on Facebook or something, you know that February 19th, my whole world changed in such a tremendous way, February 19th, I was on tour in Saskatchewan, and I got a phone call. My mom passed away suddenly. I just talked to her the day before, and now to know where I'm getting this phone call that my mom is no longer here with us. Man, I'll tell you, that day my sobriety was tested so hard. I was 10 hours away from home. I was by myself. I was on the highway, and I pulled over and I just started screaming. I started crying. And I wanted to stop in at some town and just start drinking and go pick a fight with people. I was so angry. I was so sad, devastated, in shock. And, for the last how many years, of my sobriety journey, I've been living my life just for today. I have been sober just for today. But I've had to soon transition into just for the moment. Because I wanted to drink, I wanted to use drugs, I wanted to fight, I wanted to do all that stuff. Because addiction is an attempted form of an escape. Addiction is an attempted form of an escape. Now, what are people trying to escape? It could be thoughts, feelings, life, reality, trauma, grief. They're trying to escape something, right? And I did this for a number of years. But no matter how much drugs and alcohol that I would use, or how long I would use for, those very things that I was trying to escape from were right there waiting for me when I was done. So it never actually worked. So yeah, you know what? I could go drink. I could go use drugs. I could go pick a fight. But at the end of all of that, I'm still without my mom. And so, on those really hard days of this recent new chapter of grief here, each time that I cry, I realize and I know deep in my heart that these tears are saving me from myself. Each time that I cry, that is me saving me from myself. Because if I didn't cry, I would bury all this stuff. And then it would turn into anger, rage, addictions, depression, suicidal ideation, anxiety. It would turn into something, right? So each time that I let these tears fall, I'm saving me from myself. We have to let those tears fall. That is what true strength really is. And so, for 6 years, though, that abuse part of my life would go on, right? And out of that 6 years, I'm so grateful for this one night in particular. And it sounds weird to talk about being grateful when I was going through such a hard time, but here's why. In grade 1, I could already tell in the tone of his voice when it was about to happen. And I was sitting in my room playing my video game one night. I heard him call my name out in that tone of voice. When I heard that, I closed my eyes, I wrapped up my controller, I shut my game off, shut my TV off, and I came out to the living room where he was sitting. When I got out there, he was sitting on the couch watching his favorite show on TV. So I came and I stood there like this, and I said, "Yeah, Dad?" And he didn't say anything, so that meant stand there and shut up. So I was standing here waiting, and then there was a part of his show that made him laugh. When he laughed, I tried to laugh too, hoping that maybe this will save me. Maybe he'll change his mind on what he's about to do. But all he did was he gave me a really dirty look as if to say, "Shut up." So I just stood here and I waited. At the end of his show, he stood up, he grabbed the remote, he shut the TV off, and he walked over and he punched me in the face. And he was so sick in the head, this guy, though, that when he would be out of breath from doing this to me, he'd make me stand there and wait until he caught his breath again. Here we are at that point. I was standing here waiting for him to catch his breath when out of nowhere he said, "Do you want to know why I do this to you?" He never once asked me a question before in the middle of this. So I wasn't even sure if he was actually asking me this now, or how I would even begin to answer that question, right? So I just slowly looked up at him, and then he said, "My dad did this to me, and my dad's dad did it to him." And right when he said that, all I could think was, that means no matter what I want to do in my life, no matter what I want to be when I grow up, I'm going to end up just like him. And that thought terrified me. Because when you're young, 5, 6, 7 years old, you have all these dreams and these aspirations, right? As to what you want to be when you grow up. I did too, until that night. And now I could no longer think about what I wanted to be. All I could think about was what I didn't want to be. And that was him. I'm so glad he told me that night, though, because although I was too young to identify it as a cycle, I knew that I was a part of something. If his dad's dad did it to him and he's doing it to me, that means I'm a part of something. So when we finally got away from this guy, I was left with all this trauma, right? Became very angry, very misunderstood. And everybody was so quick to call me a bad kid. Every day I'd be getting sent home from school, suspended, sent to the principal's office and stuff. And there was this one woman I would see at the school all the time. I didn't know who she was, but she just had those Kukum vibes to her, And every time that I saw her in the hallway, she'd look at me and she'd go, "Hello." I'd say, "Hi." And so one day, I'm sitting in the office waiting for the principal to call me in. She comes walking in, she does the same thing she always does. She goes, "Hello." "Hi." She goes over to the principal and she says, "How come that young man is always in here? What did he do?" "Oh, he's just a bad kid. He doesn't want to listen to anybody." And she looked at him. She said, "Well, I don't think he's a bad kid." And he said it again. "No, he's just a bad kid. He doesn't want to listen to anybody. He's always talking back, always breaking stuff, always fighting. He's just a bad kid." And she looked at him. She said, "I don't think he's a bad kid. I think there has to be more to it than that. How about instead of sending him to your office, you send him to mine?" And he said, "Sure, go ahead if you want him." And I'm sitting out here listening to all of this. And I'm wondering, who is this woman? What could she possibly want from me? And why would I have to go sit with her? Turns out she was the guidance counselor of the school. So the next day I get called to the office, right? But not to the principal, I get sent to her. And she's sitting across from me, she looks so concerned, and she asks me, she says, "What's wrong?" Well, what's got you so upset today, she says. Okay. Well, how about whenever you're ready, I'll be right here when you want to talk. I said, "Okay." I sat there with her for 7 days. I wouldn't say anything. I'd just wait for her to tell me I can go back to class. But then on that 8th day, I began to talk. And within 2 minutes of me talking, she began to cry. Because she couldn't believe that this young boy sitting across from her went through all these horrible and horrific things. And now, I'm starting to not be so misunderstood. When she started to cry, though, I looked at her and I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry." And she says, "No, this is good. This crying is good. This talking is good. This talking is healing. You should cry too." But I didn't know how to. I wouldn't allow myself to. The only thing that could make me cry back then was the thought of becoming like him. But then I'd mix that in with rage and start destroying everything in the room, screaming, "I don't want to be like him. I don't want to be like him," I would say. And she would say, "You're not going to be like him. You're here, reaching out for help. He didn't do that. You're not going to be like him." And I wanted to believe her, but how could I know? She was absolutely right, though, when she said, talking is healing. Talking has been one of the biggest tools on my belt for my healing journey. But I get it, you know, not everybody is good at being vocal or verbal about what they're going through. And if that's the case for you, then here's what I suggest. Write it down. Because any way of getting it out is 1,000 times better than keeping it in. And something that I've had to learn in my life, and I hope that some of you will take this saying home with you. I have it written down at my home. This helps me so much. So glad I came up with this one day. Is this right here. The strongest people that you can think of in your lives, they need help at times too. So why shouldn't we? And you know, that saying has helped me so much in my life. Because, you know, I know for men especially, we have such a hard time accepting help, asking for help when it's needed. But I want you all to know that the strongest people that you can think of in your life, they need help at times too. So why shouldn't we? So, you know, I would realize how much I felt better after talking with this woman. So I started reaching out for further help, going to therapy, going to counseling outside of school, doing anything that I could to not become like him. But I needed an outlet at that time in my life. And then that's where the fiddle came into play. Now I started playing in grade 6 because I've been wanting to be a fiddle player since I was 4 years old, right? I started around the beginning stages of the Frontier Fiddle program. So I know your guys' deadly fiddler out here, Ryan Doust. It's funny that every time I'd come out here to come do a performance, I'd finish playing for the crowd, right? And people would come up to me and they'd say, hey, Blaine, you're a really good fiddler, you know that? And I'd say, "Oh, thank you so much, I appreciate that." They're like, "But you're not as good as Ryan." I know, I'd say, geez. Ryan is a deadly, deadly musician, and I'm happy to call him a friend. I've known him for many years. But, you know, yeah, the fiddle came into my life at 12 years old. Been playing ever since. And I hate saying for how long I've been playing fiddle for, because it makes me feel kind of old, right? But I've been playing for 25 years now. And it's been an incredible journey, you know? But when I first started playing this thing, there were a lot of kids who didn't think that the fiddle was cool. So they start teasing us, and they're making fun of us. And a couple of my friends and I started playing fiddle at the same time, but they didn't like the way the teasing made them feel. So they put the fiddle down. That made me sad for them. I wasn't going to let anybody take this away from me, though. I've been wanting to play since I was 4 years old. So I kept at it. And in the 25 years that I've been playing this thing, I got to do some pretty incredible stuff, you know. I've traveled across Canada and the United States many times over. I've met thousands upon thousands of people. I met a ton of celebrities along the way, opened up for big country music acts, been on TV and the radio a whole bunch of times. You know, it's been a pretty incredible journey. The biggest show that I ever did was in a stadium, 35,000 people all around me. That was incredible. But had I let the teasing get to me back then, I would have deprived myself of all of those amazing opportunities. So this is all to say that if you find something that you are passionate about, something that makes your body, mind, and spirit happy, then stick to it, because you will always be glad that you did. Because the truth is, each and every single one of you here are capable of far more than you could imagine right now. There are so many beautiful doors just waiting to be opened up by you as you go down that path in life. So whether it be music, martial arts, arts and crafts, land-based, you know, whatever it is that makes your body, mind, and spirit happy, then stick to it, because you will always be glad that you did. Things took off pretty quickly when I started playing this thing. A few months into the fiddle program, my mom moved us to Winnipeg. Now I had nobody to teach me how to play anymore, right? But I had a stack of CDs and tapes that my late grandma Annie used to listen to. So I'd sit there trying to match what I was listening to what I was playing on this thing. And my stepdad now, not the guy that I had to put up with back then, but my stepdad now saw how passionate I was about music, right? So he takes me over to the Métis Federation where they're offering lessons. And they said, pull out your fiddle, show us what you got. So I pulled it out, I played them a tune, and they said, okay, we'll give you a call when lessons start. The next day I get a phone call. A very familiar sounding voice on the other end of the line, right? Now I grew up listening to the Métis Hour. It's on NCI every Saturday, right? And I'm listening to this guy talk, and he says, hi, Blaine. He says, you came into the Métis Federation last night. He says, I thought that was a CD they were playing in the lobby when you played your fiddle. He says, sorry. He says, do you know who this is? I said, I think so. He says, is Ray St. Germain calling? I said, oh, I kind of thought so. This was the host of the Métis Hour for many, many years, right? I said, I kind of thought so. What can I do for you? He says, well, I have two questions for you. He says, one, if you wanted to come be a teacher at the Métis Federation, and two, if you wanted to come be a guest on the Métis Hour this Saturday. So from there, things began to take off. I go on the Métis Hour. I get invited back 6 consecutive times. And now I'm getting invites all across Canada to go perform, right? And now I'm traveling around with all these different bands. And soon, drugs and alcohol became a huge part of that picture. So I start drinking. I start doing drugs. And by the age of 14, I became a full-blown alcoholic. You know, and when I say that I lived with my addictions for over 10 years of my life, I don't mean I was going out Fridays and coming back Sundays, right? I was a binge drinker and binge user. I would stay drunk and high for as long as I could, for 37 days around the clock, you know? 37 days, 28 days, 22 days, 18 days, these were all my normal, right? And what's important for everyone here to understand, and I'm sure you all know this already, is anyone that you know that is addicted to drugs and alcohol never imagined themselves becoming this way. It wasn't part of the plan. It wasn't part of the goal. It's just something that tends to happen while we're out there chasing a good time, right? Maybe all our friends or our cousins are doing it, right? Either way, anyone that you know that is addicted to drugs and alcohol never imagined themselves becoming this way. It wasn't part of the plan and it wasn't part of the goal. Another thing that's important to understand about addictions is, well, I already said it, you know, addiction is an attempted form of an escape, you know. But no matter how much drugs and alcohol that I used, those very things that I was trying to escape from were always right there waiting for me when I was done. So it never actually worked. But, you know, for 10 years I lived with my addictions. And in that 10 years, I almost lost my life so many times over. I had a heart attack at the age of 22. I rolled a vehicle at the age of 23 and I wasn't wearing a seatbelt. I've overdosed on drugs 6 times in my life. I've had severe alcohol poisoning 5 times. I've been jumped by groups of people anywhere from 20 to 30 times in my life easily, often ending up in the hospital. And I spent a lot of nights sleeping out in the cold. So, there was many nights where I wasn't sure if I was going to live to see another day. And because of this, people used to try to talk to me all the time. Blaine, man, you got to sober up. You can't live this way. You got to get it together. But each time that I heard that word sober, somewhere in my mind, I also heard the word forever attached to it. So I would start thinking, wait, you mean I could never drink or use drugs ever again? I'd have to be sober forever? There's no way I could do that. No way, forever's too much. So it was in one ear and out the other. What I needed to realize was, I don't need to be sober forever, because forever hasn't even happened yet. The only thing that I need to do is be sober just for today. Because the way that I look at it and the way that I look at life is, yesterday is gone. Tomorrow is never really promised to any of us anyway. All that we ever really have in this life is today. Today I could do. I could manage today. I could be sober for today. And I didn't realize when I made that decision that I made a life-changing decision. And this is why I tell people, sometimes all we need is a change of perspective. Because a change of perspective can absolutely change your life. And you know what? If today is too much, then I'll be sober just for right now. We got to find a way to make our journey feel manageable for ourselves. Because I think that's what this life is all about, Finding a way to make our journey manageable for ourselves. So with that being said, I see I went 3 minutes over my time here. We still got another part of the story to come back to after the break here, but I don't want to make you guys tired. I know my voice makes people sleepy sometimes. I see people nodding off. And see people yawning and looking at me, staring me down because they want coffee. Smarten up. But we're going to take a short break here and we'll come back. I just want you all to know before we go into the break that I'm incredibly proud of you for being able to sit through all those heavy stories. When we come back from this, we're going to move towards recovery, healing, learning to love ourselves. But like I said, we did need to go through the heavy in order to get to the healing, and that's what we're going to do when we come back from the break. Thank you guys so much. As we all know, Indian time's a real thing, so everyone's just running on Indian time here, right? I always say it would be almost disrespectful to our culture to do things on time, so you know. But before the break, I started talking to you guys about how I found recovery in my life and how it's, once I realized just for today, my life changed in such a tremendous way. And, I can remember when the first 2 weeks went by. I can remember when 30 days went by. I can remember when 90 days went by. And I told somebody in my life at that time, I said, hey bro, I said, guess what? I haven't drank or used drugs in over 90 days. And he looked at me and he says, come talk to me when you have 2 years, he says. And when he said that, that hurt my feelings. That broke my heart. Because just a moment before, I was so incredibly proud of myself. And when he said this, it was like he kicked my legs out from under me. But then I thought to myself, you know what? You don't get to decide whether or not I get to be proud of myself. Because you don't know what it took for me to walk away from this lifestyle. You don't know what it takes for me to stay on this path. I deserve to be proud of myself. I am proud of myself. And that's the thing, you guys, we need to learn to be proud of ourselves. Because you, and only you, know your story better than anyone else in this world. And here you all are choosing to be at an event where topics of discussion like this are on the table. And for that reason alone, I'm absolutely proud of you. We need to learn to be proud of ourselves. Because the truth is, we're not always going to get a pat on the back in this life and told, hey, you're doing a really good job. I'm really proud of you. And this is why it's so important that we learn to be proud of ourselves. Now, 90 days after I quit drinking and doing drugs, Christmas Day was also rolling around. And Christmas Day also happens to be my birthday. And I've never really been a big fan of it, Like, for such petty reasons, though. Like, you guys can all go to a restaurant on your birthday, and they're going to bring you a little piece of cake and clap and sing for you, right? Make you feel happy. I've been trying for 37 years, they won't give me that damn piece of cake. You guys all get a gift on your birthday, and again on Christmas. I get Merry Christmas, Happy Birthday. I get the one gift, right? But these are not reasons to not like my birthday. And so 90 days after I quit drinking and doing drugs, Christmas Day was rolling around. And my son was born right before I got sober. His mom and I weren't together anymore, though. And because of this, I was worried that I might miss out on his first steps. Maybe I might miss out on his first words. But all of this doesn't feel like it's in my control right now. What is in my control is I can be here for his first Christmas. That much I can do. So, at the beginning of my sobriety, I moved back in. My mom and my dad were taking another shot at their relationship, right? So I moved back in with them to get myself off the streets. That Christmas, they were going to go to Winnipeg to spend Christmas with my daughters and my sisters. So I chose to stay home in the PAW, knowing more than likely I was going to spend the better part of Christmas Day and my birthday alone. But just so I could be with my son, right? So, 10:30 in the morning, my son gets dropped off. By lunchtime, he's picked up. And now I'm sitting here on this couch, and I start to get mad. And I start thinking, man, this does not feel like Christmas Day or my birthday. There's no tree up. There's no decorations, no gifts, no feast. Nobody's calling me. Nothing to say that this is Christmas Day or my birthday. But I bet you anything, if I get on Facebook right now and I say that I'm having a party here, I could fill this house up in an hour. I bet you anything. So I grabbed my phone. I was about to make a post on Facebook. But then I thought, well, wait. There are people out there right now who have it far worse than I do. And right now, I'm sitting inside of a warm home. I got a roof over my head, a bed to sleep on, food and water to eat and drink, and I'm sitting here watching TV. and I'm trying to be upset over a damn tree, decorations, gifts, and a feast. Damn all that stuff, you know? Right now, there are people outside the homeless shelter waiting for it to open up so they could go warm up on Christmas Day. I know that feeling. It's not a good feeling. So I decided to do something nice for those people. I started working 2 full-time jobs when I got sober. You know, keep myself busy and pull myself out of that hole of debt that I put myself into, right? And one of my employers gave all the staff a turkey to take home to their families. So I go pull that turkey out. I start to see what else I got to cook with this. And next thing you know, I'm cooking up a big feast, right? Turkey, whipped potatoes, meatballs, fried rice, macaroni salad, potato salad, bannock, the works, right? Everything that would go with the feast. Took me 8 hours to do. At the end of that 8 hours, I get on Facebook and I say, hey, is there anyone around the paw who could drive me to deliver all this food? I just made up a big feast for all the homeless people. My cousin messages me, she says, I love what you're doing, I'll be right there. It's okay. So she comes to pick me up and we go to the gas station. We grab a stack of paper plates and a case of bottled water. When we got back to the house, there were now 17 plates of food ready to go out the door. So we start driving around. And in that first hour, we found 4 people. And those people were so happy to receive a plate of food. To see how happy it made them, made me happy. But then we couldn't find anybody else, right? So I said, well, let's go to the shelter then, maybe they're over there. When we walked in that door, it just seemed perfect. Because I still had 13 plates of food ready to go, and there were 12 people sitting inside of the shelter. So I had enough to feed everybody that was there, plus the next person who walks in the door. Seems perfect, seems meant to be, right? So I come walking into this big box of food and everybody gets all excited. Oh, right on, man, we love leftovers. I said, hey, it's not leftovers. I made this especially for you guys. I said, you know, I put a lot of love into it. Took me 8 hours to do. I hope you guys enjoy it. You made all that food for us, they said. I said, yeah, it's Christmas Day. I love you guys. I want to do something nice for you guys. Blaine made all that food for us, they start telling each other. And now, everybody's coming to line up to hug me. I wasn't expecting this, not by any means. I thought I was going to come walk in, drop off this big box of food. All right, guys, Merry Christmas. Love you guys. Take good care, enjoy, and walk out the door, right? But now everybody's coming to line up to hug me. And you could feel how grateful they were in their hugs. Some of them were so grateful that they were crying as they were hugging me. And it was hard for me to not get choked up in that moment too. At the end of all that though, I get dropped off back at home. And now I'm back on that couch again. And all those thoughts start to come back to me. Man, it's still Christmas Day, still my birthday. There's still no tree, no decorations, no gifts, no feast, nobody called me. And I start to get mad, right? But then I thought, well, wait. I just did something really good just now. And right now there are 17 people going to bed with a full belly because of something that I did. That feels good. I choose to hold on to that feeling. So I get on the phone with my parents. I said, hey mom, guess what? She says, what? I said, I made up a big feast for all the homeless people here today, and I fed 17 people in the paw. She says, no way. My boy, I don't know if you remember when your dad and I told you this story, but that year that you were born, we were trying to do the same thing. We felt bad for all the homeless people in the paw, so we invited them to our house for Christmas dinner. And you weren't supposed to be born till after New Year's, she says. So here I am cooking on Christmas morning, and your dad sees me grab my side in pain. And he says, Kim, let's go to the hospital. You might be in labor. She says, no, I got to finish this. She goes back to cooking and grabs her side again. Kim, let's go to the hospital. You might be in labor. No, she says. Finally, he convinced her to go. And 20 minutes after they arrived, I was born. So it's a damn good thing he got her there when he did, right? But they never did get to finish the job all those years ago. But then lo and behold, you know, 25 years down the road, my first sober birthday, my champagne birthday no less, I got to finish the job that they tried to do all those years ago. And now it seems even more perfect, even more meant to be. And when I went to bed that night, I went to bed happy because I learned something. Gratitude. There is always something to be grateful for in this life, always. And the beautiful thing about practicing gratitude is, the more that you practice it, the better you get at it. Soon you begin to realize and recognize all of the beautiful things that you can be grateful for in this life. You know, I get it though. You know, so many people are caught up in a wishful mindset. They're always wishing for something, right? Man, I wish I won Lotto Max last Friday. I wish I had $70 million in my bank account. I wish I had a $500,000 home with 4 cars in the driveway, and I wish I was totally debt-free. Yeah, that would be nice. But all of that stuff is not in my reality right now. So I don't want to give my energy to things that I don't have, and instead I choose to give my energy to the things that I do. Because all that fancy stuff that we wish for, you know, the money, the fancy cars, the jewelry, all that stuff doesn't matter in the big picture of things. Because all of that stuff doesn't come with us when it's our time to go. You know, and I can promise you this. On your last moments here on this earth, you're not going to be thinking, damn it, I never did win Lotto Max. What you're going to be thinking about is what you did with the time that you had while you were here. All those memories you created, all that love you shared, all that laughter that you had, and the space that you held in people's hearts and the space they held in yours. That's what you're going to be thinking about. So try not to give too much energy to the things that you don't have and start focusing on what you do, because all those little things matter. Like when I wake up in the morning, I'm grateful for the roof over my head. I'm grateful for the bed I'm sleeping on, the warm clothes that I'm wearing, the cup of coffee that I'm about to have. And when I start my days off like this, I'm already winning the day. All those little things matter. You know, even it's gotten to the point now that, you know, I hate saying these numbers because, you know, kids all the time, you'll know what I'm talking about. About 6 or 7 years ago, kids are always doing that, right? If you're a parent, you know. If you're a caregiver, you know. Every time I say 6 or 7 around my kids, they always go. But 6 or 7 years ago, you know, I didn't give a damn about sunrise or sunsets. Because to me, it was something that happens every single day. So what? But now I've come to appreciate the beauty of a sunrise and sunset. And now I have something to look forward to every single day. That change of perspective can absolutely change your life. You know? Now, let's see how much time I got here. I still got a little bit of time here. That's good. It always feels so rushed when I'm trying to cram as many stories into the time with you guys as possible, right? So just making sure I'm not going to go over too much over my time. But whether you all realize it or not, you've created this safe little bubble around you. And we call that bubble a comfort zone. It's okay. It's good to have a comfort zone. Everybody does. But it is also so important to take a step out of that comfort zone. Because amazing things happen when we do. You know, we learn, we grow, and we surprise the hell out of ourselves. My very first step out of my comfort zone was I went and bought myself a pink shirt, right? And then where that led me was jumping out of a plane. That doesn't even make any sense, right? But here's how that happened. So a couple of years back, I was getting ready for this big formal event. It was happening at the Winnipeg Convention Center. I was part of the entertainment there with my fiddle that night. And it was one of those events where everyone's going to be wearing suits and ties, dresses and gowns. So I went to go grab a suit from my closet, right? But when I opened it up, it was all black dress shirts and all white dress shirts. And I thought, I wonder if that's how I look at life, just in black and white like that. I'm going to go get a new shirt today, something with color on it. So I go over to the mall and I ask these ladies working there, I said, hey, excuse me, I'm looking to get a new shirt today, but something with color on it, because all my clothes at home are black and white, and I'm trying to take a step out of my comfort zone. That lady goes, okay. How about this? And she grabs a pink shirt. I said, oh, no, I can't wear a pink shirt. Are you crazy? I was thinking more like a baby step, like gray or blue or something. And she says, no, this. I said, no, I can't wear a pink shirt. Are you nuts? And she goes, this. I said, holy hell, okay. So I grab that shirt and I go to put it on, right? I wouldn't even look down as I was buttoning up this shirt. I wouldn't even face the mirror, because all I could think was, oh my God, the hell am I doing? I'm wearing a pink shirt. And then out of nowhere, how's it look? I said, I don't know, I don't want to look. She says, well, open up, let me see. So I open up the door and she looks at me and she goes, wow, that looks really good on you. I said, you're just saying that because you work here. And she says, no, for real, right? That looks really good on him. And then all those other ladies start to compliment me too. And I realized, of course I'm going to be uncomfortable. I've never worn any colors in my life, let alone pink. So I decide to hold on to the nice things that they were saying, and I buy the shirt. But when we take steps out of our comfort zone, we have to expect to be met with some dismay. And what I mean by that is, when I came walking into the event that night, the band was already on stage, right? And they see me come walking in and they all start going like this. Wow, look at this guy. A pink shirt, they're all saying. And I had nothing quick or witty to say, so I just went, yeah. And they left me alone about it. Later that night, I'm getting a cup of coffee. Some guy walks up to me and he goes, a pink shirt, eh? I said, yep. And then he left me alone about it. Next thing you know, though, I start to like this pink shirt. So I go buy a purple one, a yellow one, a light green, light blue. And now when I open up my closet, I have a shirt in every color. That to me is tremendous growth. If a few years ago, all it was black or white, but now I have a shirt in every color, that is tremendous growth. I liked where this was going. So I wanted to keep it going. So I'm sitting at home one day and I'm thinking, okay, what's another step I could take out of my comfort zone here? Oh, food. All my life, I would order the same damn thing, right? Doesn't matter how fancy the restaurant is, how far away I might be, I would order the same damn thing. Chicken fingers and fries, right? And so I decided to take, you can tell who the chicken fingers and fries eaters are here, right? So I decided to take a step out of my comfort zone with food. The server comes around, they say, what can I get for you? I don't know. What would you order? I like this, they say. That is not something I ever would have ordered. I'll try it. So they bring it out. Next thing you know, I like it. And now my variety of taste is beginning to expand. Now I'm eating Ethiopian, Sri Lankan, Jamaican, Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, Greek, whatever, right? I love all different kinds of food. I liked where this is going. So I wanted to keep it going. So I'm sitting at home again one day. I'm thinking, okay, what's another step that I could take out of my comfort zone here? Oh, all my life, my plans have been dependent on other people. And what I mean by that is, I'm very random, right? Like, say if I wanted to go out for ice cream today, and ask these people over here, hey, what are you guys doing? You guys want to go for ice cream? No. Why would I want to go for ice cream? Ask me another day. They all say no. What would happen is, I wouldn't go. So one day I was calling up friends, and one by one, everybody was saying no to coming out for ice cream with me. After that, I put my keys and my phone down, I sat on the couch, I wasn't going to go anywhere. But then I thought, well, wait, how does this make any sense? Here I am, depriving myself of something that I want to do, just because other people don't want to do it. That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to go for ice cream. So I grab my keys, I drive over to the Forks. I got my ice cream, and I was watching the sun go down on the river, right? Felt really happy and content in that moment. Then some lady recognized me from social media. She walked by and she goes, oh, hey. She says, Blaine Constant, right? I said, yeah, how's it going? Nice to meet you. And she starts looking behind me. She's going, oh, who are you here with? I said, oh, just by myself. And she says, well, what are you doing? I said, I'm having some ice cream. And she says, by yourself? And when she said it like that, I kind of felt ridiculous, like throwing my ice cream out and going home. But then I said to her, I said, well, what's the alternative? I said, don't have ice cream? And she goes, oh, I never really thought of it like that. I would just be too worried about what all these people would think or say if I came here by myself, she says. Right then and there, she admitted it's a projection of her own insecurity. That's not mine to carry. So I said to her, I said, well, I think you need to put that down then. Because all those people that you're worried about what they're going to think or what they're going to say, do they contribute to your success or your happiness in life? And she goes, no. I said, well then, don't let them prevent you from it. Huh, she says. 2 weeks later, she messages me on Facebook and she says, hey, I just wanted to say thank you so much for what you shared with me that day. For the first time in my life, I took myself out to dinner and the movies. And I'm so glad that I did. Thank you for sharing that with me. I said, hey, that's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with me. Always take yourself out, because you will always be glad that you did. Because the truth is, you guys, life is far too short to sit around here waiting for happiness to walk in the door. Instead, I choose to create my own happiness right here and right now. So if I want to go for ice cream, I go for ice cream. If I want to go play bingo, I go play bingo. And ever since then, I've been living my best life. I liked where this is going, so I wanted to keep it going. So again, I'm sitting at home one day, I'm thinking, okay, what's another step that I could take out of my comfort zone here? Oh, fear. All my life, fear has prevented me from living my life. And what I mean by that is, I was 18 years old, I went to Disney World. I didn't go on any of the rides. I didn't go on the Superman, the Spider-Man, the Hulk, or any of them because I was too scared. So I realized I don't want to wake up an old man one day and say that I never did any of this stuff because I was too scared. I want to be that old guy that says, I was terrified, but I did it anyway. Now, my biggest fear in life is heights. And because my biggest fear in life is heights, I decided I'm going to go jump out of a plane. And I would say it out loud every single day for a year. In August, I'm going to jump out of a plane. But anybody that knows me would say, yeah, right. You're not going to do it. You're going to chicken out at the last second. Watch. I told them, I said, watch me. The mistake I made that first year, though, was I started asking friends of mine again. Hey, what are you guys doing? You guys want to come jump out of a plane with me? No. Hell no, why would I want to do that? Smarten up. The best answer I got that first year was a friend of mine says, dude, ask me again in August. I asked him in August. He said no. So what happened? I didn't go. So I realized I need to change the language in which I speak in order to take back my power. And what I mean by that is, instead of saying to my friends, hey, what are you guys doing? You want to come jump out of a plane with me? This is what I said. Hey, I'm going skydiving in August. You guys are more than welcome to join if you'd like. This way, when they all say no, it doesn't matter. My mind is made up. I am going. That simple little change in language gave me back my power. And I chose to go skydiving in Calgary, Alberta. And the reason I chose Calgary is a little bit dark, but it was totally my thought process, right? I thought to myself, if this is going to be the last thing I'm ever going to see, I at least want to see the mountains on my way down. Like I said, a little bit dark, but it was totally my thought process, right? Now, it did not help me to know of this one damn story. I read a story of a guy years ago who wanted to overcome his fear of heights by jumping out of a plane, right? And when you go for your first jump or your first couple jumps, you do what's called a tandem skydive, meaning you are attached to a professional skydiver. They pull the parachute, they do everything, you just enjoy the ride down, right? So he goes, they jumped, they had been falling for quite some time, and he starts to enjoy himself, and he says, hey, I love this, thank you so much. Hey. And when he looked back, the professional skydiver had a massive heart attack in midair and died. So he goes, oh my God, and he pulls his guy down, he transfers everything over between them, pull as a parachute, shattered both of his legs on impact. Did not help me to know this damn story. Now, I get to skydive Extreme Calgary, right? And it's a bunch of young 20-year-olds that expect to be doing this kind of work. They're all full of adrenaline, they're fist bumping and chest bumping. Hell yeah, bro, let's go out there and have a good time. Then they call out my guy. Hey, Ronald, we got another one for you. Out comes this little old man. He's got his glasses on a string down here. He's eating a bag of cheesies, and he comes walking out like this, and he says, hello, he says, are you all ready to go today? And I'm like, this is my guy. I was like, how are you feeling today, bro? I was like, how much of these cheesies do you eat on a regular basis? You know, checking in with his health, remembering that damn story, right? And he goes, oh, I'm so excited. I said, why? He says, it's the first time they're letting me do it by myself today. I said, what? He goes, I'm just kidding. He says, but for real, he's like, I hope our equipment's working fine. We're having issues with it yesterday. I was like, dude, what the hell are you doing, man? He says, I'm just breaking the ice, bro. Calm down. I said, you're not. Cut it out. So now he takes me outside of this plane. He says, okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to tap you on the legs. You're going to swing your legs out there, your head forward, neck back, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what? What am I doing? Head forward, neck back. He's like, let's go. So now we're flying up to 14,000 feet in the air, right? And he swings that door open and he says, move towards the door. And I'm thinking, oh my God, what the hell am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? And next thing you know, I was dangling outside of the plane like this. And I got scared, right? I grabbed the door. I was like, whoa. He slaps my hand. He says, don't grab the door. Moves us even closer, right? Now I'm really dangling outside of the plane like this. I got scared again. Whoa. He says, don't grab the door. Next thing you know, launches us. And now we are falling from 14,000 feet in the air. And all I could think was, oh my God, what the hell did I just do? I just paid $400 for my own death. Fear, fear, fear. That's all I could feel throughout my entire body, right? And then I realized fear isn't going to save me. Whatever is going to happen is going to happen. So the best thing to do is be here, be present, and enjoy the moment for what it is. So next thing you know, I let go of all that fear, and I started to enjoy the fall. And when I got to the ground, I was so incredibly proud of myself. Because for a guy who's as afraid of heights as I am, to have jumped out of a plane at 14,000 feet, that is incredible. But what's even more incredible than that is the very first step that led me onto that path was buying that pink shirt. And so this is all to say, any step that you take out of your comfort zone is progress nonetheless. But I encourage you to do so, because amazing things happen when we do. We learn, we grow, and we surprise the hell out of ourselves. Now, I didn't just finish there, you know. Oh, thank you. The slow clap, eh? Now, I didn't just finish there. I went and jumped out of a second plane at 10,500 feet. And I'm not done yet, you know. In the United States, in the state of Tennessee, they offer 30,000 feet. I'm going to go jump out of a plane at 30,000 feet. And so this is all to say that each and every single one of you here are capable of far more than you could imagine right now. I would encourage you to take those steps out of your comfort zone. And remember that you and only you know what taking a step out of that will look like. But, you know, no matter how small that step is, it is progress nonetheless. And amazing things happen when we take those steps out, you know. Now, are we super strict on time, or do I got like, yeah, okay. I don't know if that's a yeah, we are strict, or yeah, I don't. No. Okay, so the last thing I want to talk to you guys about here is, you know, about 5 years ago, I believe that was. I don't even want to say 6 or 7 anymore. But about 5 years ago, you know, I was doing a tour in Saskatchewan. And I just finished presenting to a community. And afterwards, this elderly woman came up and changed my life in a tremendous way through a very brief conversation. She comes up to me and she says, hey, she says, thank you so much for what you shared with my community today. You made some really good points. Can I ask you something, though? I said, sure. And she says, do you love yourself? And when she said that, I burst out laughing. Because the way that my brain immediately interpreted that question was, are you full of yourself? Are you arrogant? Because that's the society we've been raised in, right? If you love yourself, people are going to say you're full of yourself. If you're proud of yourself, people are going to call you arrogant. But I have come to learn that people will always have something to say. Whether you're doing good in life or not so good, people always have something to say. That's not yours to carry. But when I started laughing, she looks at me and she goes, I'm serious. Do you love yourself? I said, I think so. And she goes, well, I think that's something you need to figure out. And when you figure that out, so much more will make sense in your life. So I'm thinking, I'm driving back to my hotel that night and I'm thinking, do I love myself? And if so, what does that look like? What does loving myself look like? I couldn't even begin to answer that question. So I had to start figuring it out. And a good way of gently opening that door in your life is just by saying these 3 words right here. I love myself. But if you've never said those words ever, you may feel ridiculous the very first time that you try. Very first time I tried to say those words, I had watched a video on positive affirmations, and the way they described it in the video was, you look in the mirror and you say nice things about yourself to yourself, right? So I decided to give this a shot. I went and looked in the mirror one day and I was like, okay, try this out here. I love myself. I'm a good man. And I could not even get these words out without breaking eye contact because I felt ridiculous. And then I realized, of course I'm going to feel ridiculous. I've never said these words ever. I'm going to keep at it. And now I can confidently say, I love myself. I'm a good man. I am a good dad. I deserve to be happy, and I deserve to be loved with the same love that I give out to this world. These are all very true things, right? So how we're going to end this off is, on the count of 3, we're all going to do a simple little exercise. And that exercise is, we are all going to join in together, and we are going to say, I love myself, all right? But I want you guys to pretend that you just won bingo, all right? I want you guys to give it that much excitement, all right? Now, 1, 2, 3. Oh, you guys actually did really good. Normally I have to tell everybody to smarten up, right? Because they just say it all quietly, looking down at the ground. You guys actually did pretty good that time. But you know what? The second time always carries a lot more power. And this, this time I want you guys to pretend you just won Monster Bingo. All right? I want you to pretend that that bingo caller here finally slowed down on that damn radio bingo, because man, I played bingo here once and I was just stressed out the entire time. Somebody needs to tell them to slow down, all right? But this time, all right, we're going to pretend we just won Monster Bingo, all right? So on the count of 3, we're all going to say it again. We're going to give it even more than last time. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wow. You guys are good. But you know what? Smarten up. It's not even that time yet. Just practicing. But you know what? The third time is what always seals the deal. And this is where the magic begins to happen. This is where our mind begins to believe it. Our body begins to feel it. And our spirit will take that forward with us in life. All right? So on the count of 3, we're going to give it everything we got this time. We're going to pull it from the very bottom of our gut. All right? 1, 2, 3. Oh, you guys are good. Now look around the room here. Like everybody here is smiling. And that is your body's way of thanking you for giving it what it always needed. Love. You deserve to love yourselves. You always have. So take those 3 words home with you today. I love myself. And each day that you say that, you will grow by leaps and bounds in your life. You deserve to love yourselves. You always have. And if you think that can help you, then take those 3 questions home with you today as well, too. Do I love myself? And if so, what does that look like? What does loving myself look like? The answer is going to be different for every single one of you here. But it's so important you take the time to figure that out because you deserve to love yourselves. You always have. And so, the last thing I want to let you guys know is September 23rd of last year marked 12 years that I've been sober from drugs and alcohol. And I'm so incredibly proud of myself. And people, when they hear now how long I've been sober for, they say, oh, now you're sober forever, right? No, still just for today, because that's what works for me. And so if you think that it can help you, take those 3 words home with you as well. Just for today, Because remember that yesterday is gone, tomorrow is never really promised anyway. All that we ever have in this life is today. And I apply that way of thinking to other areas of my life too. If hard times hit, I don't need to get through the rest of the hard times. I don't even need to get through the rest of this week. The only thing that I need to do is just get through today. That's it. When grief hits, like right now, I don't need to get through the rest of my grief. I don't need to get through the rest of my life. The only thing that I need to do is just get through today. That's it. Just for today. Those 3 words will help you to make your journey feel manageable for you. All that pressure and weight that we put on ourselves will melt away. Just for today. But I want to thank you guys so much. You've been such an incredible crowd here. I love coming out to Norway House. I used to spend some time here back in my party days. Some of you might remember me. I see 2 of my party friends walked in the door super late. They run on Indian time. One quick story about that. I'm going to try to do it without the swearing, all right? So my friend Charnel here, I started playing in a band with her and her dad, right? And what's it called? I hadn't met Pam yet. So I got to know Hector and Charnel pretty good while we're on the road. Then they invite me back to Norway House. And Hector and Charnel already knew I like to talk a lot, right? And so we're sitting around at a party, jamming out all night, and this is Pam's first time meeting me, right? And she says, she got tired, middle of the night, she tells Hector, let's go to bed. So they go to bed. And she looks at Hector and she goes, holy shit, can that guy ever talk? She says, he's been talking since he got here. And he says, yeah, that's Blaine, he says. And the last thing that they heard when they went to bed that night was me talking. And the first thing that they heard when they woke up all those hours later was me talking. And she rolls over and she looks at Hector and she says, is that freaking guy still talking? And they came out and sure enough, I was sitting there entertaining everybody with my stories, right? And everybody always used to say, man, Blaine, if you could make a living out of talking, you'd be set for life. Now that's what I do for a living, I talk. But again, thank you guys so much. My name is Blaine Constant. Been an absolute pleasure to be here with all of you. I want to thank the staff for putting this together, all of you for the warm welcome to the community here. If you like the stories, feel free to go give me a follow on Facebook. It's just Blaine Constant. I'm always posting positive reminders, fiddle videos, where I'm going to be next, and everything like that, right? So thank you guys so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope to see you all again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Blaine. Before you get off, I just want to make a little presentation. I know here you can open your gift first.
It's not baloney.
It's not baloney.
It's not baloney? I promise it's not baloney.
Very fitting because my name is Walking Bear.
Oh my goodness. He just told me his spirit name is Walking Bear. And it's a medallion of a bear paw. And the reason why, too, that I picked out that medallion, certain medallion, is because I know that just maybe over a month or 2 months ago, he lost his mom. So it made me think of a mama bear paw. So that's why I chose that as well. So thank you for coming to the community. Thank you so much. So with that, we're going to continue on. Did you have your presentation ready? Okay. Can someone help Eileen set up her presentation? She's going to do on her community resource 4 pillars. And then she will do that. And then there's table, where did the students set up the table for the information? Oh, in the back there's information too after Eileen's done. You can get that information, and then Sophia will set up and we'll do the door prizes, and then we'll be done for the day.
I'll play fiddle at the end.
And we'll close with Blaine playing a song. And Calvin's still here? Calvin. So Blaine will close with a song. And who's the elder you said that was going to close with a prayer? Okay, and Timmy. And then we'll have some closing remarks, and then we'll be done. I guess so. Are these your papers?
I want to make
Oh, okay. It'll be green or red, yeah. Can, did you want to, you want me to do it here? Yeah, just tell me to switch the slide. Yeah.
Yeah, just press, just go to that.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to take this time to provide this information to you. We haven't done it to the community yet. I've been waiting for the 4 Pillars committees to organize a community gathering to present this information on this project. This project is called Nora House Cremation 4 Pillars project. And I'm going to briefly explain what it is and how we got to have the funding to implement the project in a community. There are 630 First Nations across Canada. And there were 325 First Nations that filed a class action lawsuit against the government of Canada that sought damages for the loss of language and culture brought on by Canada's Indian residential school system. So on March 9th, 2023, a settlement agreement was reached between the First Nations and federal government. So the government of Canada agreed to make a payment of $2.8 billion over 20 years. And the funding was turned over, the agreement was, or the payment was turned over to the Four Pillars Society to compensate the 325 communities that filed the lawsuit. So the Four Pillars Society was entrusted to hold the funds in trust for these First Nations to support the Four Pillars principles in accordance with a disbursement policy that was set out by the federal government. So the settlement agreement fund will support healing, community wellness, and fund activities to revitalize language, culture, heritage through planned community activities. So that's the background of this project, the Four Pillars project. Back to slide 2. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so number 3. Slide 3. Yeah, just press on it, just press on, yeah. So each community, each of the 323 communities have been mandated to develop a 10-year work plan that outlines goals and objectives with the 4 pillars as determined by the settlement agreement. So one is to revitalize and protect Indigenous languages, revival and protection of Indigenous culture, and number 3, protection and promotion of heritage, and 4 is wellness for Indigenous communities and their members. So those are the 4 principles that were determined within the settlement agreement by the federal government. Okay, next. So in July of 24th of July, Norah House Cree Nation Chief and Council established committees for each of the 4 pillars, with a lead for each committee, and were mandated to create a 10-year strategic work plan for their respective pillars. So number 1, Cree Language Pillar Committee, with Darlene Osborne as lead, and committee members are John Osborne, Craig Simpson, Grant Quescapo, and Myrna Gamblin. Number 2, Cultural Pillar Committee, with Melanie Mott as lead, and committee members are Ida McKay, Pauline Apatagan, Kimberly Morris, and Eileen Anderson. Heritage Pillar Committee, with James Quesacapo as lead, and committee members are Sandra Clark, Tina Crate, and Jonathan Meikle. And for the Community Wellness Committee, the lead is Sunny Albert. Committee members are Gordy Walker, Madeline Walker, and Lester Balfour. So these are the committees, the leads of the committees that were established to create the 10-year strategic work plan and implement activities. So the next one. So the final draft of the 10-year strategic work plan developed by the 4 pillars was completed in March 2025 and was submitted to the Chief and Council for approval. The 10-year projects and activities and also provides milestones of each project with monthly timelines. The 10-year strategic work plan submission was approved and funded by the 4 Pillars Society in July 2025. And in community reconciliation manager was appointed to manage the implementation of the strategic work plan, which commenced on August 4th, 2025, and I was the one appointed to manage this project. So I started commencing my role as manager on August the 8th, 2025. Is that that's the, okay. So number 6, that's number 6. The 4 pillars and the objectives are the pillars. Number 1, Cree language pillar. The objective of the pillar is to revitalize and safeguard the Cree language as a living expression of cultural identity, strengthening community bonds and heritage. And number 2, cultural pillar is to revive, strengthen, and retain the traditional culture, values, spiritual principles of our ancestors, and to pass on the knowledge to the young generation and generations yet unborn. Number 3, heritage pillar, preserving and celebrating and sharing our rich cultural and historical legacy, rooted in our inherent right to self-determination and cultural expression. Strive to honor our ancestors, safeguard our stories, and inspire future generations to embrace and protect our language. And number 4 is community wellness pillar. Nurture a holistic, vibrant community rooted in Indigenous values and rediscovering land-based programming, skill development, and wellness practices that support mental, physical, spiritual, and emotional well-being for all. And that is why I decided I would present this, the information on this project here today, because what the gathering that took place here today reflects exactly on pillar number 4, which is to initiate wellness initiatives, activities in our community to help our community, to lead our community towards community wellness, to help our people heal, from the damages that were done by the colonial system, which is the residential school system. And I hope that we can do that as a community. We are blessed. As a community of Northern Cree Nation, we are so blessed, to have what we have in terms of programs and services. And a lot of these programs and services that we have in Norway House reflects on helping our people to become well. Because what we see today, especially today, with all the drugs, the abuse of drugs, the abuse of alcohol, dysfunctional families, children in care, is as a result of what happened to us way back then. When we were exposed to that system, that was supposed to educate us, and I hope that as community resources, we can come together, work as a team, and maybe work towards team management, utilizing with what we have. Like the 4 Pillars project can assist funding whatever activities that you wish to implement in a community, to help families become well, to help our youth become well. That is something that we need to work towards, because our children are suffering. My grandchildren are suffering, as a result of the system that was imposed on us, that was imposed on our ancestors. Like I mentioned earlier, my grandmother grew up in a residential school system because they had lost their parents to the disease, that killed many of our people way back then. And that is something she never talked about. We never knew for a long time, probably till just before she passed, that she was a residential school victim. I'll say victim because, and she did survive that system. So, and that's why we call it intergenerational impacts of the colonial system, because it already affected us way back then when our grandparents, even our great-grandparents, attended, those institutions. So, and that's why I wanted to inform the people, especially the resources that are here, about this funding that's available. So far, we only had a few meetings. I only had a few meetings with the four committees. It's hard to get people together because we're all working people, and but we managed to implement a few activities since August. Like we had that powwow, community powwow in August. An elders gathering was held at Sea Falls last spring, last fall, last fall, and we just had another one in February. Also, we had the Christmas parade where we donated contributed some funding, for the parade, as well as the children's gift giveaway. And then there was a wilderness recovery camp that happened at Molson Lake Road in January. Winter Creek gathering, language gathering at KSMA Family Enhancement Building. And then we had that community memorial round dance here in the auditorium in March. So, but those are like the cultural and traditions that we want to bring to the community, and but I want to focus more on a healing aspect, and I hope that you as community resources will come together, will come and work with us, meet with our committee. You can do your plans because I'd like to see more land-based teachings happening for our youth. I want to focus on the youth, especially on the youth. I'd like to see some camps happening in the spring, summer, with families, parents, and children. That is something I really want to see happen as well. And I also went and purchased, I don't know how many thousands of material and supplies to teach our young women to make ribbon skirts, ribbon shirts. Like I already have that material. And we're going to be working with HBU home economics, and get a teacher to teach some young women to make ribbon skirts and ribbon shirts. But I also want to extend that to the community. Like I thought of the women's shelter. That's another place that we can do those activities, as well as UCN. Like I want to really partner with the programs in the community to make these things happen. So those are just some of the things, and I made some copies here for the community resources that outlines the planned activities that the committees had talked about and are included in the 10-year work plan that we did. we started off with a 5-year work plan first. And then once the 5 years are over, then we'll do another one that will take us another 5 years. It's a 20-year funded project, but I know I'm not going to be around. Well, I'm saying that. I don't know that I'm going to be around 20 years from now, but I really want this project to succeed in our community. So with that, my office is that's all I have is one office to work out of at George's Principal Building. That's where I have my office. That's where I can be reached if you want to come and meet with me. Okay, so and you can talk to any of the committee members as well to start talking about plans, future plans, how we're going to implement the activities in the community. It was in Naskumun that I'm glad that this gathering happened. I'm glad that I was able to make it, come and be here to share the project, share what we have to offer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Eileen. Is Councillor Foster still in the building? Did he leave? Jem? He's gone. Okay. I guess, Sophia, are you ready for the door prizes? Okay. So, Jem and someone will come up to draw names. Yeah. The information tables are set up there in the back if you want to grab some information and some supplies that harm reduction has to offer. They just choose, I guess. So we're going to draw the names. If your name is called, you can come up and choose a prize that are on the stage. Yeah, they'll just choose. We'll keep choosing until all the prizes are gone. There's quite a few assorted prizes here, so. Yeah. But the phone number's on there, so. If they're not here, then they can just tape their name to it. Right? Okay. What's that? Oh, okay. Okay, so do you want me to draw that first? Pardon me? Do you want me to draw the first one? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to draw the first name for the first prize. The first prize goes to Andrea Castell. Come and choose a prize. Just take one. Okay, and the second prize, choose a name. You choose a name. Choose a name. Jenny Monias, come and pick up a prize. Oh, she went home. Okay. Put her name aside. Oh, she went home. Crystal Sketch, she's still here? Oh, okay. Gonna be. Pick a prize. Pick a name first. Veronica Moore, come and pick a prize. Okay. Diane Poker, come and pick a prize. Pick a name. Christine Sinclair, she's still here? Okay, come and pick a prize. Pick a prize. Amanda Edway Capo, come and pick a prize. Rachel McDonald, come and pick a prize. Where is she? Is Rachel McDonald still here? What's she here? Okay. Just one, you guys. Take one. Just one. Okay. Amanda, pick a price. Pick a name. I'm trying to. Can it be? Can it be? Taylor Bailey. Taylor Bailey. Okay, wait. That'll be the next one. Just come up right away as you hear your names. We're just going to keep going. Janice Sartran. I think she left. She left, yeah. Where's that name that was here? Frick. Sydney Puck. Or Sydney Duck. Or Cece Puck. I don't know. It says Sydney Duck or Puck. Sydney?
That's what it says, Sydney Puck.
Emma Duck? Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, next one. Destiny Tate. Oh, well, I don't know. Keisha Lee? Keisha Laffer. Keisha Laffer. Is Keisha around? Okay, next. Next. Hi. William Painter? No. William Balfour. William Balfour? Is he still here? No, he left. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, Jason Tate. Jason Tate still here? Oh, right on. Thank God. Yeah, I can't even grab one. Okay, Clarice Hutchings. Oh, yay. Carmen Balfour. Still here? Carmen? Might they bring your names so I can keep going? Karen. Oh, Karen. Carmen. Karen. Don't put those back. Sonia Hart. Sonia? Is Sonia here? What? Okay. Samantha Folster? Samantha Folster. Did she leave? Okay. Chantalette? Chantalette? How? Okay, come and get a prize, Chantal. I go say. Don't put that back. Don't put it back. Lavon Crate. Lavon Crate? Are you here? Okay, right on. Okay, Jeannie West. Jeannie West. Jean West? Is she still here? Okay, right on. Okay. Brenda Albert, she's still here? Come and pick a prize. Any prize on the stage? Yeah. Any prize you want? Yeah. I'll just leave that. Leonard, does it say Leonard? No. Muswagen?
Leonard Muswagen.
Okay, Leonard Muswagen. Is he still here? Okay. Oh, he left. Okay. Deborah? No. Decora Evans? She left. Okay. Jem Robinson? Pick a prize. Helen York, pick a prize. Helen, yay.
Of course.
Settle down. Okay, ouch, that hurt my leg though. Crystal Crate, is she here? Okay, right on. Crystal Crate is here. Eileen Apatagan, come and pick a prize. And Ada Dixon, come and pick a prize. Trista.
You got it? Yeah? Okay.
Trista Demrin? Deonrin?
No.
Trista? Does this say Trista Deonrin?
Demera.
Okay, she left. Okay, Jason Mason? Jason Moore. Jason Moore? Shanae Clark. Come and pick a prize. Is Shanae? She was just here. Shanae?
Yeah. Where is she? In the back? I don't know. Just keep going.
Damaris Fesicapo? Damaris? Is she here? Oh, yeah, there she comes, yes. Don't put these away. Oh, Jennifer Bradburn? Is she still here?
Yeah,
Okay, right on. Come and pick a prize. Leslie Ross? Anything you want.
Here, we gotta find out how much.
Leslie Ross. Leslie Ross? Sandra Clark. Sandra Clark. Come and pick a prize. Matthew McDonald? He left. It's because I'm missing nice prizes there. Lillian Chubb.
Lillian, she left?
I leave them here for a reason. There was nothing there? What do you mean? Okay, Marcela Mino? Or Michelle Mino, sorry. Michelle Mino? Michelle? Oh, yes, there she comes, yes. All right. Yeah, nobody? Is nobody here? A blank paper. Melissa Crate? Oh, yes. Okay, come on. I'm just going to put that there. Kim Rodriguez? Kim Rodriguez? She's still here? She left. Okay, Raquel Balfour? Raquel Balfour? She left? Okay, she left. Charlene Crate? Or Charlene Crate? Oh, yes, she's coming. Okay, Marcia Knight? Is she still here? Okay, Marcia, come get a prize. And Jared Hart? Come get a prize. But he wasn't here when we did. Sarah Gamlin. Okay, one more. Sarah Gamlin? Okay, is that hers?
That's it then, yeah, that's it.
Okay, wait. Yeah. Okay. I need a mirror later. Okay. The last final prize goes to Corianne Falster. We already chose the price. Put it here. Just put it here. Okay. Okay, and then for the harm reduction table at the back, that brown box there. I don't know what that is. So this is wireless earphones. And then the people that put their name on the harm reduction circle of care table, and the winner is, what does it say? Chrissy York? Chrissy York? Is she here? Is she here? Okay, can I ask, I guess I'll ask Eileen if she can do the closing prayer. Again, please. Thank you, Eileen. And then Blaine, come and play the fiddle. Diddle, diddle. You can fiddle us out. Yeah.
Son, let us pray. Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this day and all the blessings that came with it, Lord. We thank you. We thank you for your Son that you sent into this world for us. Heavenly Father, I ask that you will bless each and every one of us. Bless our families. Bless our community. That your love and your peace be always with us. And I pray, Lord, that you will give Blaine a safe journey home. I thank you for all your servants that came here today. Kahit tas kawat sa kita sa kita may wento menuskino. Lord, I ask that you will grant us that wisdom, that knowledge, and the understanding that we so desire, that we so need at this time to help our people. This I ask in your blessed name, in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen.
I guess so. Thank you, Eileen. Blaine?
Oh, thank you for everything.
Okay, you guys get ready to jig. I don't know whose water that is.
All right, so for those of you that are sticking around, I'm just going to play one or two songs here just because I did pull the fiddle out and get it all ready for you guys. So tell you guys a little funny story too in between, but I just got this drum machine here. I'm just trying it out, so we're going to make it work here, and then I'll tell you guys a little funny story of why I had to get the drum machine. So if you guys have any requests, I always like to say feel free to keep it to yourself. Just kidding. No, if you guys have any requests, feel free to let me know and I'll do my best to get it up for you. But here we go. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, I was saying, I just got this thing here because all these years I've just been stomping my foot, right? And it's very much like when you're at home, you're listening to your favorite music, you just bob your head to the beat, right? Just keeps you on time. Now, a lot of musicians, they tap their foot lightly when they play. I used to tap my foot too, but I also used to play at a lot of house parties. And when people would start getting drunk, they start pulling out the spoons, clapping along to the wrong beat, right? So soon tapping my foot wasn't cutting it, and I had to start stomping. And there's always got to be a first time for everything, right? A few years ago, I was out in Ontario. The kids there loved the music. There was this one kid who was totally mesmerized by the music, but even more so by my foot, right? And she was also eating a bag of chips. And then I don't know what got into her head, why she thought this would be a good idea. But while I was watching the dance group dance out there, she started to slide that bag of chips underneath my foot, right? And I wasn't watching her anymore, I was watching the dance group, so here I am just stomping away, right? And at the end of the song, she goes over to this lady recording at the side of the stage, and she's like, "Look what he did to my chips." And I was so glad it was just the chips and not her hand. Explain why I figured it would be a good idea to get this drum machine. So I'll play you guys one more tune here, and if you'll notice, fiddle tunes, they have ridiculous names. I don't name them, I just play them. Always seems like the more ridiculous the name, the better the tune, right? And so how I've been learning, like I said, is if I hear a song I like, I'll do my best to memorize it, go home, learn it on the fiddle. There was a fiddle player playing a really catchy tune at this festival one time. And I asked everybody, I said, "Hey, what's the name of the song? What's the name of the song?" They told me, but I went and forgot. So a couple days later, I was playing at another show. Told everyone, I said, "All right, everyone, bear with me. I just learned this song the other day. Bear with me if I make any mistakes. It's called Three White Men on a Horse." And everybody burst out laughing, right? At the end of the song, this guy comes over to me and he says, hey, the hell did you just call that song? I said, "Oh, it's Three White Men on a Horse." He says, "It's not three white men on a horse. It's three men on a white horse." I said, "Oh, geez. I guess I need to write my own version then," I said. So I'll play you guys Three Men on a White Horse into the Orange Blossom Special. And I see my jigger Lucy left. Boy, that Lucy. But here's Three Men on a White Horse into the Orange Blossom Special for you guys. All right. Thank you guys so much. Again, my name is Blaine Constant. Been an absolute pleasure to be in your community. I hope to see you guys all again. Take good care.